Just look at that return position from Musetti. That's clay court 101.
So a couple of things to keep an eye on. If you haven't watched too much of Lorenzo play their backhand down the line, he can pull it there out of nowhere. You'll see him hit that backhand slice cross court a lot, and then suddenly the one down the line will catch so many opponents unawares.
Like that. You know what I find interesting about Musetti's backhand is that you saw him play a couple of slices there, and his grip to me looks like it lends itself to the slice. It's not a strong grip. When you think of Stan Wawrinka or a Nicolas Almagro, for example, they had very strong grip, a lot of wrist behind the racket, but he has this kind of, he holds the racket quite low, he's quite wristy, looks perfect for the slice, but then comes over the ball beautifully.
The forehand is world class. Can do anything with it. It is heavy.
Love 40.
Yeah, he was hot on the clay last year, wasn't he?
Yep.
And to do well on the clay, you've got to be able to hit through it. Got to be able to force the issue, and Musetti certainly can. He's off to a flyer here. Well, I think that's what Machac has to do, isn't it? Because Musetti's giving up a fair bit of territory. He's got those long, languid swings.
Can you pick up that leaf, please? Thank you.
An errant leaf on the court. Not sure how it made it there. It's not a tree within a kilometre of this stadium. But I think that's the way forward for Machac. Play tight to the baseline, take the ball on the rise, take time away. But that's the point structure right there, isn't it, for Machac? That's the way forward. Obviously, on his serve, it's easier. He can hold that baseline after the serve. And today, it's not just a tactical and a technical battle. You can win by attrition today.
Yes.
You can you imagine Rafa today, what he'd do to his opponent? He'd work them into a state of non-belief. Today's the day. If you can just make one more ball and just keep making your opponent work, eventually they might start to suffer.
Advantage match.
How important could a hold be here?
Just thinking, Robbie, you talk about the win in Adelaide, his first 2 rounds here. There's no substitute for winning matches, is there? Confidence, down love 40. No panic, fights his way back into the game.
Deuce.
Well, that time it was Musetti that was controlling proceedings. And with his weight of shot, very hard to turn defence into attack. And Machac, he ended up playing a slice back from the shadow line. That's not going to cut it today.
Advantage Musetti.
Struggling with that first serve. He's only made 1 out of 10 now.
Well, he's at the southern end, so he's looking into the sun, whether that's a factor.
Arm wrestle here early on. Just wants to get out of this game. A couple of players from Czechia in the mix.
Musetti.
Between Machac and Minshik. The hopes in the men's draw resting on their broad shoulders. New coach, of course, there, Jose Perlas, helping out Simone Tartarini on the road. Perlas comes adorned with all kinds of experience, having coached the likes of Carlos Moya, Carlos Costa, Correa, Almagro. Speaking of him. Tartarini, of course, coached Musetti since he was 9 years of age. It's like a second father to him. Musetti said he'll pretty much be with them for the entirety of his career. But I think just to ease the workload, Jose has been brought in. Of course, he comes with all kinds of experience too, so it's a double benefit.
Advantage match.
Está todo bien, estás entrando en el partido. Sí, sí.
Well, boy, can you pick that up, please? Thank you.
Well, that's a hard hat hold on a hot day. It's well done. Just over 9 minutes in his first service game, but he's got the right result, and that's all that matters. That'll help ease the duration.
No panic from Machac, obviously, as I suggested, with all those matches under his belt. He's just playing tennis at a nice subconscious level now. He's not overthinking it, just playing each ball on its merits. Just watching him play, I just wonder whether there's a chance to move forward on some of the Musetti slice backhands. We'll have a look at the win predictor. Robbie, there it is, 50-50. Is that how you would have it?
That's probably pretty solid, but I don't know if the win predictor is allowed to sit on the fence, so that would be my only comment on that.
Put his over into the blue, yeah.
Robbie, given your knowledge, I'd have more faith in your win predictor than the computer. How do you have it?
I'm probably just going to give Musetti the edge.
You're leaning.
Just.
Isn't it incredible to think that he's 3 on the live rankings?
Yep.
And he's not even the superstar of Italy.
Yep.
Yannick Sinner's got that mantle.
That's a great line.
That's a tough school, isn't it?
Yep. Is that forehand? It is a very smooth-looking stroke, and don't be put off by its smoothness. It is a heavy ball too, but just because the technique is so clean, doesn't always showcase how heavy it is. We'll keep an eye on the RPMs on it.
Just notice a few of the backhands of Musetti just flying that little bit, and of course that's what the heat does. It just makes everything so much more lively. You've just got to pull your margins back fractionally, hit with a little more spin. Ball will sail. The one thing I probably would advise Musetti as this match goes on,
Tommy?
Wear a cap. Just put a cap on. Because the heat is a funny thing. You just get to a point.
30 all.
Obviously, you've got to hydrate well the night before, and you've got to stay cool at end change. So even though you're not feeling the heat at this point, you should put the ice towel on. Just keep that core temperature down. But Robbie, there's a lot to be said for a cap on your head, and obviously the cap gets wet with sweat. You can wet it if you choose, and just keeps you cool. I mean, he's got a lovely head of hair, which helps, but you've got to do everything in your power to keep that core temperature down. Robbie, this is physical.
Oh, yeah.
This is physical. And at some point of this match, the physicality is going to play a part.
This is where you think the fact that Machac played so well in Adelaide will come to the fore. Created a lot of breakpoint opportunities last week there against quality opposition.
So that shot right there, Robbie, from Machac, that'll go down as an unforced error. But the weight of shot of Musetti and the height of the bounce, he just had to fight so hard to try to get over it. Unable to do so, and in the heat it flew on him.
I think that might go down as a forcing error.
You think?
Yep.
Be interesting to see what the statisticians gave it.
Yep. No, they know the tennis. I'm quick to defend them because I know some of them. It's one of the questions I get asked a lot. Oh, it's obviously very subjective, but I get to have a lot of the statisticians in my ear, and they know tennis very well, folks. And if they're not sure, they might say, Robbie, would you put that down as an unforced error or forcing error?
So you're part of the statistics team.
Sometimes.
Robbie, is there anything you can't do?
A lot. For a break point, Wally.
Well, the fans have got their value for the price of admission already. That was a spectacular point. The only thing that concerns me, they both had a chance to move forward there at given points of the rally. Here, well, that was played very carefully, but I feel that Musetti could have come in on that particular shot right there, and he ended up pulling trigger line almost out of frustration.
He's got a set of wheels on him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Thank you.
2 games, 16 minutes in the making. Fasten your seat belts, folks.
I guess it was a short slice. Nothing wrong with that. He just floated it a little bit. And I feel like for Machac, with Musetti's court position, a little drop shot just every now and then could come in handy. That was the short slice, which he didn't quite get right.
He's a strong boy, is Machac. Of course, part of the Quadzilla team. Oh, how about that?
That was a little Novak-esque. He gave us one of those the other night at 176 kilometres an hour, did Novak, and Machac just repeating that little jump scissor kick. Now you talk about the quads. Look at this. Boom.
Yeah,
That's some pretty good air, isn't it?
It is. And I tell you, the guys
Whoa.
who are part of this team, Marcus Giron.
That's some serious air.
It is. Told you.
And that's a serious backhand.
That's a signature shot right there.
So, Robbie, you're focusing on the quads.
Yeah.
And the strength of Machac, but I don't want to be indelicate. But the truth of it is the motor is the glutes.
So we might have to change the
30 all.
the Quadzilla squad to the gluteus group. But Lehechka's another one. I don't know what they feed them in Czechia, but his legs are so strong. Marcus Giron is the 3rd member, and the 4th member comes from Argentina, actually. His name is Federico Augustin Gomez, lower down in the rankings, but
30, 40.
those quads that he possesses are enormous.
A couple of forehand misses there for Machac. Just digging himself a little hole again, so players struggling to hold serve.
3rd game in a row where break points are on offer. forehand. That is the way you play a break points. Right back on track is Lorenzo. It's 2-1. Check this out. Boomski.
That was vicious, wasn't it? And what an angle to find from deep in the court. He actually got that ball to land inside the service square.
Yeah.
So it's amazing that you can hit it that hard and get it to drop that short. That just shows you the combo between the rackets and the new strings, what the players are capable of, finding that part of the court with power. And that's what you need today, folks. A large fan. That gentleman should would have had on too. Look, he's already lobster red. And Robbie, I just noticed the players, well, not Machac, but Musetti just got the ice towel around his shoulders. That's wise.
Three games played and a couple of breaks already. One apiece. We've already been playing for 22 minutes. See if Musetti can hold serve for the first time.
Got a nice rhythm to his game, hasn't he, Musetti? He never seems to be particularly rushed. The swings don't look violent. They're very long and smooth and fluid, but a very, very sweet timer of the ball.
I was just reminding the folks yesterday that at the start of the third round matches yesterday, 75% of the draw has already gone home.
Yep. Well, Machac he's trying to take it on, and that's the way forward, I believe. Just have a look at that. Best prior results, third round, 2025. So he's, for a player with his pedigree, struggled a bit here in Australia.
Yes. Win today will make it the best outing at the Australian Open for Musetti. He's been to the semis of both Wimbledon and the French. Reached the quarterfinals of the US Open last year.
40-15.
Losing out to Yannick Sinner. What a clay court season Musetti had. He made the semi-finals or better of the four big events. Monte Carlo, Rome, Madrid, and the French Open. Of course, made the final Monte Carlo. Wally was talking about the fact that it's a physical battle already. You just have to look at the average rally length. That's a good indicator of how physical the match has become early doors here.
Just overcooking a few of his more aggressive forehands early days in this match. Machac just needs to rein it in a little bit. Talk about the heat, the balls will fly. Just have a look in the background there. That second serve was 124 Ks. And Machac is certainly letting it come to him and drop and then hitting the ball as it's dropping. I wonder if there's an opportunity for him to step in and make a bit of a statement on some of those second serves that aren't coming in with a lot of venom. Just push the envelope from the get-go rather than get into the rally. It showed that stat, Robbie. These boys are rallying rally length is nearly twice as long as the tournament average.
And a quick look into the Musetti box there. Just sitting behind coach Jose Perlas was Eduardo Artoldi and Elena Caparello. Of course, used to manage Novak Djokovic for about 15 years. Now taking care of Musetti's career.
Let's.
A lot of people on the payroll, huh?
Let for sir.
I wonder how that works though. Their agents, so I guess they only make their money if they sign deals for him. Is that pretty much how it works, Wally?
I would assume, yeah.
Yeah.
So there it is again. That's probably the one thing that's let him down thus far. Just the forehand, just overcooking it a little bit.
That's phenomenal hand skills with the old school Conti grip.
30-15.
First time he's attempted to serve and volley. Didn't quite make the ground he needed to get to the net, but he certainly made the ground at the back of the court to retrieve. And as you say, that's not a grip he would be comfortable with. That's more his volley grip that he still had in his hand, but made the half volley nonetheless.
I want you to keep an eye as well. You mentioned the backhand down the line of Musetti, but he has, I think, the best defensive lob now. He's taken over that mantle from Andy Murray. The number of times he will hoist up a lob like that within a metre of the baseline is uncanny.
Well, there's been a few already, hasn't there, in this match?
That ball's got stuck in the net.
There was a little... The return there,
40-30.
it won't look like anything special, but to anybody that played tennis with one hand on the racket on the backhand side, they will appreciate what Musetti just did on return there. Just an improvisation at end range, just finding the right contact. Not easy. He has a classy backhand. Federer, of course, could do it. So there it is again, the forehand. He's just overcooking the forehand, Machac. Just striving for winners.
With the 12 unforced errors he's committed, 7 have come from that forehand side, Wally.
Which, of course, in the men's game, I mean, most players are forehand dominant. It's a shot you have to finish the point on, and you can't be too careless with it. I like the play from Machac, though. He's tried to come in twice in this game. Didn't quite get it right. He was just beaten there. by a very, very clever shot.
Tell me here, you've got to fake line and always cover the cross, I believe, on this passing shot.
Well, he should have actually gotten a little closer to the net too.
That too.
He held his ground because he was in trouble. So when you're in trouble, you just bluff, make a nuisance of yourself.
But make them pass you over the highest part of the net into the least amount of court. He's got away with that. Tell you what, you come into Musetti's forehand at your peril. What he can do at end range with that shot.
It was a brave approach, wasn't it? Coming into that wing, you would suggest when you've got a single-handed opponent, you just keep coming into that backhand side. As good as it is, it won't be as dangerous as the forehand wing. That is a beautiful backhand. It is as sweet as you will see. Big, big takeaway. And look at the balance. Look at the head. It's Federer-like, isn't it? He stays still over the ball. And I'm just going to correct myself a little bit. I said he didn't have the strongest grip. But when he had time there on the high ball, that was indeed a strong grip. Pretty good tennis, Robbie.
Took the words out of my mouth.
I know you're a hard man to please, but pretty impressive, some of the shot making we're seeing. So Machac, he returns the favour. Much more compact swing. He likes to take the ball on the rise.
But you have to guard against the backhand down the line, and I think that's what Musetti was doing. He knows how good the Czech's backhand is. They're kind of born with brilliant backhands.
Well, this is, I mean, I like the play. I like the play, but has he spent enough time at the net as a youngster to really hone these volleys? Because that really, I mean, that's probably the easiest volley you'll get, high backhand volley. And you can see he just breaks his wrist, just drops the racket face on impact, so there's no forward momentum on the volley. Dumps it into the net. Full marks to Tomas Machac. I mean, sometimes a player will come in, make a hash of it. He's been in 4 times this game. I mean, if it's the right play, he's in. So you hate to see a player miss a volley or two and then stay away from the net when there are opportunities there. A little lucky in the end to get away with it, but Rob, I'm going to throw a name at you.
Okay.
Omar Camporesi.
I played him.
Do you see the similarities with Camporesi and Musetti in game style?
Very smooth. Omar had, I guess, less extreme forehand grip. But such a smooth ball striker. Talk about giving lessons to opponents. I got one from him in Lyon indoors. In fact, that same event where I lost to you and Kratzy, I qualified in singles, and it was Camporesi who showed me how tennis should be played. And I tell you what, this is an arm wrestle of note going on here. 34 minutes in the making for 5 games. I don't know how we're still on serve.
Time.
Forza Italia.
Die.
Okay, I see what you've done there. Wally are now going to go 1 for 1. Of course, in English, Forza, the equivalent of come on. And there's universal come-ons.
Well, each nationality has their own version thereof.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll go with Forza, and you can start with Vamos. Okay, because everybody knows those two. But I'm going to put another one out here. You tell me if you know the country.
That lob was marginally long, but that's that clever defensive lob you're talking about. And he plays so deep, he's forced at times to use that lob to give himself some time to get back in the point. That one just sailing long.
So if I said Davai.
Oh, that's Russian.
Yes, it is.
Robbie, you'll get this in a flash, given that you speak the language. Komm jetzt.
Komm jetzt. It'll be the Germans.
Got nothing for you, Robbie. Auf geht's.
Similar part of the world. It's going to go wide. What about Podge?
15-30.
I'm guessing. Check.
Yes.
Podge. Not familiar with that one.
Once again, the court positioning of the two couldn't be more different.
30 all.
And that's reflective in the shots taken inside the baseline. .207. That's genuine heat right there.
40-30.
That's better from Musetti. That's taking a page out of Machac's book.
3 games all.
And just a quick look at those shots taken inside the baseline for both players.
Well, Musetti's 2 best forehands have been taken on the rise, haven't they?
Yep.
But he spends a lot of time deep in the court, and that's his clay court background, of course. He wants to hit a dropping ball and retrieve, and just through weight of shot, get on top of the rally.
There it is. Only 11% inside the baseline for Musetti, 40 for Tomas. That's a big differential.
Yeah, Thomas's swings are far more compact, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
And he likes to take the ball on the rise. And he's shown a willingness to come to the net, which is great. And if he continues to do that throughout the course of his career, he'll just get better and better. But there's just been a few occasions when he does come to the net and the polish is not quite there. So he doesn't get the advantage of all his good play.
15 all.
She loves Lorenzo. And why wouldn't you?
Mm. Pretty popular guy.
There is Daniel Vacek on the right with the Legionnaires cap.
What do you call it?
Legionnaires cap. You know,
Okay.
the Foreign Legion used to
Oh, that's right.
wear those caps.
So did his fellow countryman. I think he was the first guy to popularize it, Ivan Lendl.
So there it is. When he takes that forehand on the rise, and he's fairly careful when he tries it, he doesn't overplay it, but wow, that is a shot. He hits so many dropping balls. There's that defensive lob you were talking about before, Robbie, and look at the hit point. That's fantastic. That's good control. And how is that? What a like that forehand on the rise. He's not even inside the baseline or close to the baseline. That's power.
And that's the beauty of the scoring system in tennis. The value of that unforced error counts as much as that spectacular forehand winner on the previous point. There's no bonus points. Can only improve your position in a match 1 point at a time.
Game match.
That's exactly what Machac has done. 4-3 first set.
So Machac, he's going for the ice towel, wisely. Players sitting on the western side of the court, so still copping the early morning eastern sun, not completely in shade as they sit at end change. That'll change fairly shortly. Pickle juice. He's called for the pickle juice early doors. Pickle juice, of course, seems to be the antidote for cramping.
That's right.
So 30 degrees. That's the beautiful Yarra River that snakes through Melbourne. There's the CBD in the background, and just to the right, that's where we are. What a sporting precinct, Robbie, on the doorstep of the city.
Tell you what, doesn't get much better, Wal.
You got some of that in Durban, something similar?
Actually, not too dissimilar.
Hello.
In and around
Like pickle
the
juice,
Durban
please.
City Centre, where we had the World Cup soccer stadium that was built there. We've got the Sharks Rugby Stadium.
Time.
We've got beautiful golf course as well, Durban Country Club. It's right on the ocean. You could easily have a championship Olympic event there. Running tracks. But the cricket stadium's just a little bit of ways. Probably about 2 kilometers, not as close as the MCG is here, but It's not too far off.
Not dissimilar. Okay, still on serve. New balls.
Can't defend that kind of shot making. I don't care who you are. That's why he was able to win the title in Adelaide, beating quality opposition. And as his coach Daniel Vacek alluded to, for the first time in a while, he is playing injury-free. That's always dangerous. Best feeling when you're an elite level athlete. And one thing about Machac that is quite unnerving when you play against him, even though, while he might make a few unforced errors of the forehand, he will not back down. He won't get tentative.
No, and I've noticed that too with his net play. He's come in a few times and not got it right, but he persists. So he plays the right shot at the right time. And if the execution eludes him, he doesn't go into his shell. Kind of one of those no-nonsense players that, as a coach, you'd like.
Yeah.
So it's 30 degrees outside at the moment. It's going to get warmer. We're anticipating it getting up to 40, which is kind of ridiculous, but you can be sure at court level it's already about 35. Courts soak up the heat, they throw it back at you. So more often than not, the errors will be long or wide. The net doesn't come into play quite as much.
Tomas, the other one. The other one.
Sí, lo sé, pero mientras estés cuidadoso no lo vas a conseguir. Vamos un poquito más, Ale.
So we've got the trainers have been called for. We did hear Thomas ask for some pickle juice. Let's hope there's nothing ailing either player.
Love 15.
By the sounds of things, it's pickle juice, physio and doctor that have been requested for Thomas.
That's quite a trio. In that order, Robbie?
Well, I think the first one's already been ticked off.
Wonder if Musetti picked up on that. Heard his opponent request trainer doctor. What does that do to his psyche? I wonder with the pickle juice, Robbie, is it generic or is, would players prefer a certain brand of pickle? And the ingredients, they're in.
I reckon they just have a stash there.
Standard.
Yeah. The tournament.
Good body serve.
I don't think the tournament would get anything other than what
30
is
all.
probably one of the best or most highly recommended of all the pickle juices, given the status of this event.
So for me, I like Nova gherkins.
Okay,
So if I was going to have pickle juice, I'd want it to be Nova.
got you. Like it, like the specificity. Big point, this.
Oh. Second serve, he's 164, slider wide.
40-30.
A lot of players would use that as a first serve, so adventurous there from Machac, worked well.
I think that might have been the very first second serve that he's hit out wide on the juice side.
So there he is again. He's moved forward. That's a great pass. Sometimes you don't have to go for the outright pass. Just make your opponent play a low volley. The next one's going to be a lot easier. But this is a really difficult shot. But that's not making a great fist of the volley. I'm not saying he should have made a spectacular winner from there, but he should have made it.
Advantage. Musetti.
Beautiful ball striking from both men. You can just hear the sound off the racket. It's crisp. Retreats to the shade, gets a little bit of advice from his corner here. Another break point, so many games. Look at the break points saved from Machac, 8 of 9. That's pretty clinical. Another one to face down right here for the Czech. Musetti looking for a forehand. Was he just a little deep there, Robbie, to try to go line and flatten it out?
Yeah, probably. Again, he should have looked for another flighted ball, perhaps.
One more to get better court position. We don't see exactly where he is in the court, but he flattens that out from probably 3 or 4 meters behind the baseline. I mean, it only clipped the tape. It was not a bad shot, but it was certainly ambitious.
Advantage match.
Little unlucky there.
If that doesn't hit the tape, I think that's a winner.
I'm with you.
He was wrong-footed there a little, Musetti, but yeah, as you might expect on a hot day like this, hit the tape and jumped big time.
Advantage. Musetti.
How many more break points can Machac negotiate? It's pressure on pressure, isn't it?
Perfecto, venga, va.
That's not coming back.
Deuce.
So for the early portions of this match, he was pretty intent on serving backhand, and in this game alone, it's been 3 serves to the forehand, 1 on the second serve, that have done the damage. Quality serving. There it is again, targeting that forehand. That's been a feature of this game. And how often do you see that? You're so locked in, you're fighting hard
Deuce.
to save those break points. The pressure's building, and then you finally get your game point, and you sort of see the finish line. Make that unforced error. In this case, it was a double fault. Breathe a sigh of relief that you've got out of trouble. Back to deuce.
Let's. For serve.
That serve out wide to the forehand again, Robbie. Musetti's got to start to think about that. He stands very deep in the court, so the angle is there.
Advantage match.
Either got to lean a little that way or move forward to cut off the angle. He's getting burnt in this game. 5 points swinging to the forehand have paid dividends for Machac.
Game match.
Well, he took the scenic route to the service hold. But the good news is he's got there in the end. He's at his desired destination, which is 5-4 in the first set. Okay, so tournament doctor and Stéphane Vervier, who is the physio. That was a pretty short and sweet visit. They have both left after having a quick conversation with Tomas. So just talking about the effectiveness of Macac's second serve, and especially in that game. Look at the right of your screen. Those are pulsating blue balls are the ones that kept catching him out on the second serve. But for the most part, as Wally was alluding to, tends to hit the ball chiefly to the backhand of Musetti.
Yeah, that game was just a little out of the blue. We saw 1 second serve at 1-6-4. That's pretty impressive. Slider wide, and every time he went to the forehand, it paid dividends in that previous game for Machac. So we'll see if Musetti can counter that. Just look at the fans. They're doing everything they can to stay cool. Sometimes it's almost better being a player, moving around and having some sort of breeze. Sitting in the stands can be stifling. Gee, he just beat him for pace, didn't he? Smacked 2 backhands down the middle of the court. And Robbie, we can assume that there's nothing too wrong with Machac from that. Just the duration of the visit from the doctor and the physio was a matter of moments, wasn't it? Maybe just asking a question. Maybe just wanting to know the amount of pickle juice he could consume. Robbie, I find it fascinating in this day and age of sports science and technology that pickle juice would be the answer to cramping.
Yeah, sometimes simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, right? Just go back to nature at her finest.
Okay, that's just a little loose. We saw the double fault.
15-30.
He played a beautiful off slice there. I mean, that is a really effective shot. Machac couldn't hit that with his standard grip, and there he just overcooks it. Everything looked good. He didn't necessarily lift off the ball, just lifted it wide.
First serve percentage is horribly low for Musetti. It's 39%. That is great tennis intelligence on such an important point.
30-all.
He's got a nice calm exterior, hasn't he, Musetti? And there it is, you touched on it, 38% at this level. Not good enough.
Let's.
Of course, he has tinkered with his service stance. I don't want to call it the motion, but it's much more the stance. He's more level with his legs. There's not as much rocking back before going into his service motion.
Yeah, he's pointing line. You have to go line when you drag that wide. It's just a little simple half step
40.
for Machac to cover the cross court. Good volley on this occasion, right through the line, and look at that, he doesn't really have to move. It was not a bad angle from Musetti, but you have to go line, and that's where he's pointing. Yeah.
Thank you.
And how well has Machac done to absorb all this pressure and finds himself at set point? Found one when he needed it most, 210.
Deuce.
It's a pretty flat first serve. So he went over the lowest part of the net, paid dividends. And I tell you what, Robbie, there's quite a discrepancy between the pace of the first and the second serve of Musetti. I mean, he's hit, that's 210. He's hit a second serve at 124.
Of course, it was last year after his loss against Benjamin Bonzi at Cincinnati.
Match.
Musetti said he didn't feel okay with his service motion. Felt like the toss was getting too much in front. Didn't feel well balanced with his legs, so that's when he just tinkered with it. He's struggling today again.
Gee, I thought he might have pulled trigger line there. He hit a great return. He had Musetti backpedaling, and he was up inside the baseline. That's when he tends to pull trigger line effectively. Just went for power down the middle of the court.
Advantage, Musetti.
And the problem for Musetti that he felt back in the summer was that he was leaning too much forward when he was rocking Wally.
Game, Musetti.
Well, his forehand rocked right there.
No kidding.
No era muy bueno, pero...
So Robbie,
5 games all.
people's service motions don't really change unless they make a drastic change.
Yeah.
What changes over time is the ball toss. We just have a look at the hit point of the forehands, and once again, tremendous angle of forehand. He's so dangerous when he steps up on the rise on the forehand. He doesn't do it that often. But I reckon, Robbie, if you throw the ball up, if you're wearing a peak cap, the ball should almost come down and hit the peak of your cap. Old school was to throw it in front, right shoulder around left. Now it's right shoulder over left with the poly strings. Nice move forward. So Musetti, when he serves, first serves 210, 206.
15 left.
To me, he's on the red line. It's flat and it's on the red line. So when you're on the red line, you don't have margin. You think of a player like a Hanchanov who can serve at 206, 207, but that's not his red line. So he's actually serving with shape at 206. And therein lies the difference. For me, Musetti's first serve, it's just too flat. He could serve 195 to 200 with a little bit more shape and hit his spots with his ground shots. Be very hard to break him.
Served well against his fellow countryman in the previous round. Almost 67% of the first serves were going in. And his serve has been in the mid-60s, 70% against Rublev in Hong Kong. Oh, he's missed that again. He's done the right thing. In fact, as I just scroll down his last couple of matches,
30 all.
everything has been at least 60% and above.
Which is fine.
Yeah, going back to Vienna indoors.
So
against.
does he feel the pressure against Machac?
Today's been particularly bad, right?
Well done, Machac. I mean, he missed an easy forehand volley previously.
40-30.
But as I say, he persists. If it's the right play, he persists. And credit to him for that. Yeah, you won't win every point at the back. You won't win every point at the front. But if it's the right thing to do, push forward.
And I think a lot of players would have allowed Musetti to eventually chisel his way back into the rally from the back of the court. But the man from Czechia didn't allow him that luxury. A lot of other players would have been prepared just to try and outmaneuver him, but that's one of Lorenzo's greatest strengths. You saw the first 5 or 6 shots in the rally there. Slice forehands, 2 of those, a chip return, a serve, slice backhand or 2.
He almost invites you to come in, doesn't he, Musetti, with his court position?
Advantage match.
Well, he's certainly a player that tries to make things happen. He's made a few unforced errors, probably more than he would like. The shot is on. And I guess Musetti, he's such a good scrambler. You feel like that court's getting that little bit smaller, so you push the envelope, striving for those winners. But every game he's been under pressure, Machac, but he's found a way. And ultimately, he's mixed up his serve pretty well, hasn't he? I mean, that's a couple of flat bombs. Tee have got him out of trouble. We saw in a previous game it was the slider wide that got him out of trouble.
Deuce.
You just get the feeling, Robbie, how long can Machac hold on?
Yeah, he's already had to save 10 out of 11 break points.
Which is extraordinary.
He's just relentless, and I love that about him. And that's what top players find it so unnerving, because so often other opposition will just go into their shell and be conservative. And they love that.
So you've got to remember, he missed a forehand just like this that sailed long. We've seen him come to the net and just miss, but it doesn't dissuade him from playing the right shot at the right time.
That is a real skill, isn't it? It's a real mental skill.
And look at that little change-up serve volley. So you got to love the way he's competing, thinking his way through it. Doesn't get despondent when things don't go right. Oh, credit to Machac. Beautiful volley.
And he's frustrating Musetti to the max. It's 6-5. What happened there?
Close call, Robbie. They showed it on the big screen. It was half a millimetre in, but as you like to say, 99% out.
Is 100% in.
And I'm with you on that one. Here's the volley. Have a look. Have a look. Absolutely pinpoint accuracy. There it is. Just shaving the edge of the line. He's done that well too in that game. I don't know why he's apologising.
No.
He hit it crisply.
Of course, don't apologise for perfection. That's why you spend all those hours and hours working on your hand skills, doing the agility.
Well, I'm impressed with Machac. Musetti, he should have won this this set a few times over, but Machac has toughed out the big moments, no question about that.
It's going to be the hottest day of the tournament so far. But we've been blessed with outstanding weather in the opening 7 days of the 2026 Australian Open.
So, Robbie, it's a dry heat here in Melbourne. It's dry air that comes from inland Australia, makes its way across. No humidity, very little humidity.
Let for serve.
So we've been told, we have it on good authority, Robbie, it's 31.6, but of course hotter down at court level. 31 degrees Celsius. So there's that flat serve. He actually hit the wrong side of the ball there. So that's a big error. And that's the only thing I can see wrong with Musetti's serve. It's just a little too flat.
Love 15.
And he needs a couple of first serves here. He just needs to make his life a little bit easier.
He's bang on last season's average when it comes to defending a second serve. 55% of the points won. That's pretty good.
That is very good. But given the physicality of this match, he'd like a couple of cheap points. I'd almost just go with a couple of three-quarter heavy kick first serves. Hit your spots and rely on your ability to maybe get a forehand off the second shot. Full marks to Tomas Machac.
Love 30.
He sees Musetti hitting the slice. He knows it's going to float to a degree, and it's a couple of quick steps and he's in. And that backhand volley, the off backhand volley, is working very nicely for him.
That points one outstanding for Machac. 11 of 15. Well, this has been a stellar game.
No first serves. It's hurting him.
Love 40.
And it's not like he doesn't have a good heavy kicker, Wally. Can he convert on this occasion?
Well, there's a big flat first serve, 195 out
15-40.
wide. Is it too little, too late? Still 2 set points for Machac.
Had 2 set points in the 10th game on the Musetti serve. Good night.
And first set match.
That backhand is
7 games to 5.
forged in steel, as most Czech backhands are. And it's Machac who wins the opener 7 games to 5.
Well, that was a little bit of grit, wasn't it, from Machac? He's not happy, Musetti.
Code violation, racket abuse, warning, Mr. Musetti.
Yeah, he's just melted 2 rackets into the court.
2 rackets. So have a look at that first serve percentage. I mean, I think ultimately therein lay the problem for Musetti, just not enough free points. And on the other end of the spectrum, he just couldn't quite convert all the break point chances he had, and a lot of that was due to the quality of play of Machac when it mattered most. Good set of tennis from both men. Doesn't look so clean when you look at the winners v unforced errors, but it was just such heavy hitting. I'd say some of those unforced errors might have been forced. Just such was the quality of the hitting, but Machac was the aggressor. Machac had the better court position. He's playing more of a hard court style of game. You can see Musetti, that was pretty impressive right there. The jump scissor kick forehand. But Machac also too, he's the man coming to the net. He's the man taking chances. So full credit to him. Not quite sure how he saved all those break points, but he did. Missed a few volleys early, but it didn't stop him from coming forward There it is. That was the backhand volley that paid a lot of dividends, the off backhand volley. So hats off to the man from Czechia. That's the set point. We know he can crush it line, and that occasionally rips it cross court. Great set of tennis from both men, but Machac has come out the winner, and Robbie, that racket is not coming back. Completely obliterated. It's a good surface, hard court, if you want to demolish a racket. So
Musetti has a racket with the stringer and would like it brought out, please.
Musetti has sent a racket off to be restrung, maybe just a little bit tighter in these warm conditions. Just requesting that racket to be returned. So, where to from here? Can Machac maintain the rage? This aggressive style of tennis? Can Musetti find a first serve? One thing I found, Robbie, clay quarters, and Musetti is a great clay quarter, obviously, from Italy. They spend a lot of their formative years on clay. Of course, they get the benefit in winter of going onto faster indoor surfaces, so it's a great blend. But the majority of their years, developing years, are spent on clay. And they have a great ability, in my mind, the clay quarters.
15-all.
They really understand the nature, the sine wave of a match, the highs and the lows. Clay, you've got to work hard for your points. You tend to spend longer in each point. You develop a shot tolerance, and they just tend to become very good match players. So he won't hit the panic button just yet, Musetti.
Well, of course, Italian tennis has been very much on the up and up the last couple of years. They've won the Davis Cup 3 consecutive years. Of course, this past 2025 Davis Cup final without Yannick Sinner. So big props to Berrettini and Caboli for getting the job done.
$30-all.
79-minute opening set. How important could that prove to be in the context of this match? The heat of today that's expected.
Well, Musetti, we know he's a great clay quarter.
40-30.
Beautifully produced shots from both wings, but he's played particularly deep in the court today. It's one thing to start off the return from deep, but it's almost like you want to play a series of shots to try to give yourself a better court position throughout the rally. But that has not been the case, and it's Machac who's dominated proceedings from the baseline. Machac is particularly good at taking the ball on the rise off both wings.
Yeah, it's one of the big differentials
Courtesy to the players, please do not talk during the points. Thank you.
between the two of them early. Highlighted that early on in the match. 40% of the balls from Machac taken inside the baseline, only 10% for Musetti.
The 3 best shots Musetti has hit in this match have been forehands, where he's stepped inside the court, taken the ball on the rise off forehands. And we just haven't seen enough of that attitude, that willingness to play a variety of shots to get yourself closer to the baseline. He's very much played a clay court style of match, Musetti.
And part of that reason as well, Wally, certainly on his own serve, is not making enough first serves.
No, he's gone the flat bomb more often than not. I mean, he served up at 210. That's impressive.
So there's 2 heavy kickers that you requested about 10 minutes ago.
Well, that's 177, but close to the line, body serve. And Machac, he's returning from relatively close to the baseline, and he then had to backtrack and retreat, easily wrong-footed. So I would go with this style of serve for a little while until he finds a better rhythm. So there it is again. Robbie, that's just 183.
Yep.
40 love.
So serve within yourself and hit your spots. Use the square. Use all parts of the square. Keep your opponent guessing, and then when the rhythm, when it starts to feel right, and you're up in the count, you can go for the 210 bomb.
Game.
Good second serve, 145, close to the line, had his man backpedaling. So I just wonder whether he's got the word from his coaching corner. We've got to think about what we're doing with this serve.
And much more static with the movement before.
You can see there just that little grip change, more of a slice grip just to come under the drop shot. Much better service game, wasn't it? Clinical service game from Musetti there, and he didn't pop one serve.
Yeah.
It was all placement.
I guess my only question to you was, is he not figuring that out towards the tail end of that opening set? Why is he still persisting with it when he's missing so many first serves? Is he not feeling it? Because surely, for us, it's so simple to see the moment he goes with that 3/4 serve. You know, it's no problems behind it. Easy hold, playing off the front foot.
Yeah, there's no question Machac is playing a better style of hard court game. He does have simpler swings, particularly on that backhand wing. It's very uncomplicated. Easy for him to step in, take the ball on the rise. But what's impressed me most is his willingness to come to the net. And Musetti's just offering him so much time and space. I mean, he's returning, that's got to be 4.5 meters to 5 meters behind the baseline at times. So there's that time and space I'm talking about. Crisp game from Machac.
He's shown us a full set of tennis skills to go up 2-1. We often think of Lorenzo as the one who's got a lot of skills, but I tell you what, today he has been outskilled. This guy's been braver. He certainly made a lot more forays forward. Aggressive intent, the odd serve volley he's attempted.
He's playing better hard court tennis, isn't he?
As
Machac?
you said.
A little bit of frustration there for Musetti. That was a pass that he went cross court. He knew he should have gone line. That was a big point. He's not playing badly, Musetti, don't get me wrong. He's hitting the ball beautifully, but
Time.
just a little negative with his court position.
I want you to have a good look at the grip that Musetti plays with. Do you know which over grip that is just by looking at it, Wally?
Well, I'm going to say it's a Torna grip
How do you know it's a Torna grip?
because it's blue and it looks felty.
Yes.
Robbie, I'm completely neutral.
There it is there. Okay.
But
You noticed it straight away, but
It is the
There's a
best.
story behind it.
It
Hang
is
on.
the best over grip.
Okay. There's a great story about the company.
Love 15.
And it is one of the very few colors in the world that is trademarked.
Hmm.
And there's a couple out there. UPS Brown. You'll know that from the packaging company in America. Tiffany have their own blue. Cadbury's purple could be one of my favorites.
Oh, that's impressive, isn't it, from Machac? And we even saw just the little change up with the slice backhand.
Love 30.
And look how direct he plays. I mean, this is great hardcore tennis. Robbie, I wouldn't have thought you could patent a colour.
Trademark it.
Trademark
You
a
can.
colour.
Yep.
Flat for serve.
Robbie, I was reading an interesting story the other day that the Maasai tribe in Africa, they have 32 words for the colour green, none for the colour blue.
Wow. I think that's because all the words for the colour blue have already been trademarked.
Maybe
Wally.
they're worried about, infringing.
Tell you what, he's in trouble now.
Love
And there's
40.
a collapse on the second serve.
Stark contrast to the previous match against his fellow countryman Lorenzo Sonigo, where he was so good. The service really let him down today. On the brink of going down a set and a break here.
Game match.
Mahac's got his tail up, hasn't he?
New
He's
balls.
not
please.
taking a backward step.
Match leads.
And what I love, and I mean, I see it so
Al
often,
principio del baile, no esperes a agrandarlo mucho. Te gana posición.
coaching,
Por eso te pido que tires un poquito
staff
más.
just talking calmly to him.
Ah,
But what I love about Machac is he's played an expansive game and he's made a few errors. And sometimes you'll see a player make a few errors or come forward and they'll get dispirited when it doesn't all go their way. But he has played every ball on its merits. If it's there to hit and come in, he keeps coming. No hesitation. Oh. It's one of the few occasions we've seen Musetti come to the net, but Robbie, Machac should trademark this leaping forehand. It is brilliant.
Love 15.
He's certainly not vanilla to watch.
Can we see that on replay? Well, we don't see the ground, but he gets some elevation. Pretty good to time it in the air like that.
Yep. He's been doing it for a while. That's not something new.
And Robbie, you know when you've got a really tight jar of Vegemite and you use your opposing hands anti-clockwise and then clockwise. Do you think Machac thought that ball was going out? Is that why he played it the way he did?
15 all.
Yeah,
He just paddled it back.
I think he was so compromised as well. But again, a lot of players might have been too aggressive on that. He's just asked the question. As you said today, getting the ball back in the court one more time was going to be so important.
Oh, he's growing in confidence, isn't he?
30-15. 30 all.
And I think wisely taking a little bit of additional time here, given the importance of the next couple of points to try and cement the break. Okay, this is familiar
30,
territory though
40.
for Tomas. He saved 10 of 11 break points in the opening set. Gonna have to try and save another one now. And he has indeed finally converted as Musetti.
3 games to 2.
The Italians are delighted. It's been a long time coming. We're back on serve. He'll be feeling a lot better about himself on this change of ends.
Yep.
Once you get to 4 in a set, you always feel like you can see that finishing line if you're Machac. Suddenly to be pulled back here by Musetti. It could be a tipping point in this match.
Yeah, a couple of nice changes of pace from Musetti in that final rally there. Just high looped backhands and then one
Time.
stinging backhand drew the error. But Machac maybe just breathed a sigh of relief being up a break there.
Melbourne Park in all her glory. Of course, that is the Amy Arena in the background. Which footy ground is that, Wally?
Well, it's actually a training track, a training field for the Collingwood Football Club. So that's AFL or Australian rules.
Yes.
So that's their training paddock.
I read about one of their most famous captains in a great book called The Captain Class. Sid somebody.
Okay.
Yes,
15 left.
Well, I'm from Sydney, so
Okay.
Melbourne is AFL, Sydney is rugby league.
Okay.
So I'm not well versed in the game of Australian rules.
Sid Coventry.
Okay.
What was his name? One of the great leaders, 1927 to 1934.
It's a very storied football club, Collingwood. Okay, so there was Musetti there trying to step up to the baseline, make something happen. That hasn't been the case thus far. He pulled it, dragged it long, but we wonder whether that's going to be a feature of his game going forward, that he's a bit more aggressive with his court position.
$30-15.
intelligent is that?
30 all.
He'd probably like that final forehand over Musetti. I think he had enough height on the bounce to play a more aggressive telling shot. Just pushed it into the corner of Machac, his forehand corner. And that, as you say, that is a clever shot. The high backhand volley, it's tough to do much from there. Well, he's definitely gotten the nod, hasn't he, from his coaching corner to be more proactive, to be more aggressive. And let's hope that he doesn't go into his shell,
40.
having missed that volley. There was nothing wrong with it, but it has created another breakpoint opportunity for Machac. But that's one of the few forays we've seen where he snuck into the net after a telling ground shot. Now, does he go for the heat on the serve here? Or does he go for the placement and the good first strike? Went heat, missed it by a good distance. Just keeps coming, Machac, doesn't he? Just keeps coming.
Wave after wave of attack. He's such a good disruptor. He attacks intelligently. We've seen him come into the net, what, 15 times in the match. He actually hasn't been in at all in this set, but it was such a key ingredient to him winning the opening stanza.
Well, Musetti's played, the last few games definitely has played closer to the baseline. And we know he's taken a little bit off his serve, trying to hit his spots as opposed to trying to hit the ace or the unreturnable. But Machac is just relentless in his attitude. Well, I think that was an attempt at drop shot, which he ballooned.
Love 15.
One of the few occasions where he hasn't quite got the execution right.
Is a slick trick. Tell you what, Houdini would be jealous of Musetti in that rally.
Love 30.
Look where he is in the court. Hard to imagine that he could turn this around, but we find him at the net again. He did miss a backhand volley similar just moments ago, so good to see him back. He volleys, he looks nice, that backhand volley.
Love 40.
I can't remember a men's match that I've seen so many break points.
I mean, that's just this set. We've had 20 in the match so far.
$15-40.
So he's two for 13 on break points, Musetti, which is a combination of two things: the quality of Machac's play under pressure, but just some of his shot selection. Yeah, he's just got to watch out for the slider wide. Oh.
Musetti.
Happy camper. A gesture towards his box. Not sure why. Good intent. Teed the points up beautifully. Just couldn't apply the finishing touches. So we're back on serve.
Was he asking for something, or hard to know what he was gesturing towards his coach there, Daniel Vacek? I mean, not much Vacek could do about this smash, is there?
But again, he's teed up the point beautifully, hasn't he? Just the finishing touches there weren't applied. That's the first real negative emotion we've seen from him. He's got to take a look at the scoreboard and remind himself that he would have signed for this at the start of the match.
Well, Robbie, as you know, fatigue, heat, it all gets a little stressful, the scoreline. And, yeah, you can tend to wander. Your focus can tend to wander. Frustration can set in. So he's been up a break twice in this set, twice. He's relinquished that break, and here he is just chatting. Let's see if we can pick it up. They look pretty calm. Not a lot they can do from there.
Mm-hmm. Now it's Machac is going back into the shade, deep in the court to return serve.
But look, he clips the tape there, but see where he played the return from, then you see where he played the rest of the shots from. He always got an intent to push up to make something happen. And the return was a good one. He hit it high and heavy. And then he was quick to move up around the baseline. Look, he's ahead on the scoreboard, having won the first. He's up 4-3 in the second. And Musetti's been the opposite. He's played heavy and from deep in the court, but no real intent to come forward. Couple in the previous game.
Mr. Match is requesting replay of the call on the right serve.
He's getting a little antsy, isn't he, Machac?
No, he's not happy that that first serve was in. According to his eyes, it was out.
Clearly through the line, not even a close call. Been few and far between, hasn't it, where we've seen Musetti up on the baseline. Of course, he's serving, so that's where he is, but we haven't seen too much of this, just taking the ball on the rise. Been much more a clay court style of match from him. Deep in the court, hitting the dropping ball. Well, Machac just needs to compose himself. He's gotten a little irritated the last couple of games. He's been up a break twice in this set. He would think if he could close this set out at 2 sets to love lead, might be unassailable in these conditions.
Ball boy, can you pick up the feather here? Ball boy,
still a long
can you
way
pick up
from
the
that.
feather here? Thank you.
That's the voice of chair umpire Greg Allensworth of the US. Big game this. Nice start. Been up a break twice, as
15
Wally
love.
alluded to. 4-2, feeling pretty good. That forehand has licked the line. Serving from the tougher end. Looking into the sun.
And I think that's the way forward for Musetti. Just
15 all.
with every shot that you hit, there's an intent that I'm hitting this shot to move up in the court and try to dictate. That's his best winners have been that off forehand when he's taken the ball on the rise. We've seen a couple of beautiful backhands line, but it's just been a bit too few and far between for my liking on a hard court. It's much about intent.
It has not
15-30.
missed by much. Pressure points mostly been dominated by Machac. This is another one right here, right now. That is a moment of magic from Musetti.
15-40.
Well, that was absolutely beautiful to watch from where we're sitting right on that line. But did you see his movement after the ball? He was moving forward. That's intent. And on hard court, that pays dividends. Your body weight's moving in the direction of the ball. You're coming forward. You're imposing yourself. There it is again. Hard courts reward aggressive tennis. Machac got on the front
30-40.
foot there. Wasn't much Musetti could do. He was kind of scrambling, having to play a couple of slices in a row. Machac knew this one was going to float, and that's been his most effective volley, that little inside-out backhand volley. I'd almost be tempted if I was Musetti to make him play a few more forehand volleys.
Sheer brilliance when it mattered most. Magnificent from Musetti. And after the break, he was served for the set.
Robbie, what's magnificent in Italian? Magnifique, French.
Absolutely.
It was millimeters from the ground, wasn't it? It was dropping sharply. Look at this. And just the control of the racket face. That is glorious. It was a good point all round. Machac did nothing wrong. Extraordinary.
How about that for a moment of inspiration?
Time.
Well, we've seen a bit of negative emotion from the Italian, but there's a bit of positive emotion. What a point. And previously there was that backhand up the line. So it was a couple of brilliant backhands that have affected that break, and he's trotted out to serve for this second set. Wow, it's been a swings and roundabouts in this particular match.
Yeah, 3 games in a row. And remember, he was down a break at 2-4.
So Robbie, how does he approach this? Does he go for the 1-2 punch, use his serve in a wise fashion, hit his spots, look for forehands, or does he just try to bomb Machac off the court?
I like the former. I know he's lost that point. But I think from the tougher end, serving into the sun, First serves are premium.
So there it is. That's
15-all.
168, that first serve. So he has certainly tried to adjust his first serve percentage, which was in the 30s for a period of that first set.
(30-15).
What a time to make a meaningful first serve with pace. Musetti's defensive
40,
skills
50.
on full display. How quickly he has turned the second set around. He was down a break on 2 separate occasions, at 1-3 and at 2-4. Now he's got 2 set points.
(40-30).
He's not one to serve volley, Musetti. You just wonder if every now and then, with Machac just retreating a little bit on these first serves, the element of surprise. Pretty sure it won't happen here.
Well, he has wrestled
6 games to 4.
the second set from the grip of Machac. And suddenly now we have got a real contest on our hands. From a breakdown, Musetti wins at 6-4.
JCA radio check.
Well, well, well. Didn't see that coming, Wally.
Well, Robbie, what can we glean from these stats? Well, look at the first serve percentage from Musetti there. As I said in the first set, it was down in the 30s, up to 63%. So serving a little more accurately, taking some pace off it. And it's a sea of yellow on the left, isn't it? So 3 of 5 break points won. He's ahead in the error count,
Lorenzo, he's going to the toilet.
but he's also ahead in the winner count. And 56% of second serve points won as opposed to 40 for Machac. So that's pretty telling. But I think, Robbie, you know, the thing for me, and there was moments of brilliance in that second set for Musetti. There's no question of it. But he just played with a bit more intent. It was almost like, yes, I'm starting from deep in the court, but I'm hitting balls with a purpose. And I'm going to try to make something happen. I think that was missing in the first set. I think it was just too passive, and he allowed Machac to completely control proceedings. So for me, it's the intent from the baseline. There's a ball taken on the rise and hit for a winner. And it's the improvement in first serve percentage that have made the difference. And a couple of moments of brilliance.
This was one of them.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
That was break point to break and serve for the second set.
And a bit of impatience too from the Hutch. And we did see a bit of, he had a bit of yap going with his corner, you know. That was not a feature of his play in the first set. He was very calm. But he got a little bit animated, a bit agitated, and I don't like to see that at all when a player starts yapping to their bench. It's not a good look, I think, for the sport, but you know that when a player does that, his mind is wandering.
I can tell you that opening set took 79 minutes. 40 minutes for the second.
Been very physical, hasn't it?
Yeah, especially that first stanza, wasn't it?
So both men have left the court here at Cain Arena. And you notice too, Robbie, in the stands, very few people sitting in the seats that are in the sunshine. It's all packed in the shaded areas. Tough day for players and fans alike.
Of course, you can access the Cain Arena just with the grounds pass, I believe. That's what makes it so popular. Certainly the upper sections. Of course, the roofs are still open on the top 3 courts, as you can see there.
When I figured that out.
We will be managing the extreme heat protocols. And the chair umpires will be constantly informed as to what those numbers are. It's a threshold table. And it's a combination of 4 environmental parameters that they use: the air temperature, the radiant heat, the humidity and wind speed. All contribute. And of course they come up with a number, and if that number gets to 4, then the extreme heat protocols get implemented. What that means is after the 3rd set in a men's match, there will be a 10-minute break, but we're not there yet, so we're still as usual.
And Robbie, let's spare a thought for the ball kids.
Yeah.
Out there in that extreme heat, and remember, they've got to make quick dashes to get the ball after a fault or an errant ground shot. So they're working hard too.
Yeah, the ones at the back of the court are standing in some shadow. It's the ones at the net. In the sun there, just alongside Greg Allensworth's chair. And if you can see the shape of the covering on the umpire's chair, do you know what it represents, Wally? I've got my theory. There it is there.
You're talking about that sort of moulded cover.
Yeah.
What it represents?
Yeah.
It represents shade, Robbie. What do you think?
I thought there was more of a creative side to you than that, Wally. I thought it represents half of the felt of a tennis ball.
Have you been told that, or you're seeing that?
I'm taking the 5th there. I'm seeing that.
Well, I actually don't like it. You know why I don't like it? You see at the bottom of the shape of the umpire's chair, it is absolutely head height.
Yes.
For a player steaming through for a drop shot.
Okay, there it is there.
Match to serve.
Where the umpire's feet are, that is a metal edge. And even when the players cross at change of ends, it's right there.
Start of set number 3.
I'd like to see the win predictor now. This has been a brutal 2 hours.
Well, I think it'll be back to where it was at the start of the match, right?
50-50 at the start of the match.
Yeah.
I think it's nudging towards Musetti now. I think Machac is showing signs of impatience.
Okay, let's wait and see. Torched that backhand.
It's not bad, is it, to be that accurate when you've got no target? Just a wide open court and you hit the line. He's got a little anger, hasn't he?
30-15.
He thought it was out.
Caught the line.
What's he looking down the court with that sort of attitude for?
Well, he's agitated, isn't he? He really has to get a grip on his emotions. And there's the intent from Musetti that I was talking about. So we saw one backhand early in the rally where he just stepped in, smoked at line, and from then he was agitating to get in, mishit the smash slightly, but he did follow it in, which is exactly the right thing to do. He's got good feel on the volley, so I think this is the way forward for him. Hit every ground shot with an intent that you want to become the aggressor, even if you're not in a great part of the court. Yeah, had to go cross.
40-30.
He went down the line there. Even if that goes over, it's actually coming back towards Machac. So essentially from where he is there, he had to go high and heavy back cross court, which is what he told himself. Oh, there it is again. Look, Musetti all of a sudden, probably in the last 15 to 20 minutes, has recognised that he's been too passive in this match. He's allowed Machac to dictate proceedings, and there's another case in point, up around the baseline. He just looks a lot better. Team Machac.
Let's first serve.
Of course, the family and friends box is obviously not on the court, but more in a traditional position for a player's box. Of course, the coaching boxes are courtside. That is Musetti's. No, Simone Tartarini. Apparently he was here earlier on in the tournament. Not sure if he's had to go home for something important, Wally. But our co-commentator and, of course, coach Brad Stein said he spoke to him. He's watching the match and asked us where Simone is. Only saw Jose Perlas in the coaching box. We know Jose was brought on board during the off-season to share the responsibilities with Tartarini, who of course has been with Musetti since he was about 8 years of age.
So fortune favours the brave, who can never get that first good strike in.
Advantage match.
Start to control the real estate, take the ball on the rise. It's paying dividends.
Finally, a service hold for Thomas.
Third set.
And Robbie, I just get your thoughts on this. We've seen just a little bit of the yap coming from Machac towards his coaching corner, and we don't know what he's saying. It could just be animated conversation, but sometimes we know, particularly, you know, for myself, when there's an English player or English-speaking player, they can get quite derogatory towards their camp, and I don't like to see it. So the win predictor has swung ever so gently, just swinging in the breeze. 1%, Robbie. I'd probably have it 55-45 Musetti.
Because?
I just think he's the more composed, and I think he started to identify a way forward tactically.
Okay.
but it's close. See, animated conversation, that's fine, but sometimes I feel the players, they can get quite derogatory towards their coaching corner, and they can get quite dismissive, you know, they make dismissive gestures, and I really don't like to see it. And I think so we're starting to see players move forward, and here he is again, look, just constantly yapping. I mean, what does he want? Does he want Vacek to come out and play for him?
Yeah.
What does he want?
I mean, he's got your best interests at heart. Anything he's telling you or advising you, he's telling you for your benefit, right?
But my point is this. I think you can't abuse a fan. You shouldn't be able to abuse your coaching corner. It should be like a warning, Mr. Machac. Pull your head in. So it's been successful for him, not on that occasion. So here it goes again, look. Machac has forgotten who his opponent is. His opponent is down the other end of the court. That's what he has to focus on, not Daniel Vacek. Better serving, isn't it? 195 within himself.
40 love.
Rhythm, line and length. Forget about the red line. We saw him in that first set serving at 210. I mean, that's on the edge. So my win predictor has swung to 55-45, but if he keeps yapping to his corner, I'm going to up it to 60-40. Have a look at this. This is a much more benign conversation, isn't it? You've got to be calm.
Has empezado a hacerlo ahora. O sea, que darle continuidad.
So the two things I can identify in Musetti's game is starting to serve with more thought, more within himself, and starting to play closer to the baseline when possible. There it is again. Look where he is, Robbie. Look where he's finished that point. That's the difference.
Love 15.
And don't the Italian fans love it? So look, there he is. He's deep in the court. That's heavy, but have a look. Identifies the opportunity to step forward and finishes just behind the baseline. So there's a ball's on the rise. Take it on. Massive difference. Machac has been keen to take it on throughout.
15 on.
Yeah, but that was just the icing on top of a great hard-court rally from Musetti. He was just taking everything on the rise. He pushed him back with a smash. That's a lovely little inside-out fading drop shot, landing on the line. Probably didn't have to be that good. Machac was nowhere near getting to that. But how are the backhand and the forehand prior? Bang, on the rise.
Well, the tide has started to turn, and it has started to turn in a big way for Lorenzo. He's got the early break in set number 3. Remember, he was down a set and 2-4.
Time.
Sun at 1 o'clock. I wouldn't have thought would be a problem. Normally it's more around 11, 11:30. I would have thought it had moved enough towards the western sky not to be a problem.
Love 15.
It's at 1 o'clock by your Rolex, Robbie?
Sure is. And yours?
Ooh.
They're a sponsor at 3 of the 4 Grand Slams now.
15 all.
So they've had a partnership with Wimbledon for a long time. Strong French connection with our good friends. Stefan Simeon and Onno Birch is right up there in the company these days as Onno.
For serve.
And of course here.
Whoa.
What an injection of pace.
15:38.
And there's nothing in the takeaway to suggest it's going to be that violent a hit, but you can just see he gets himself on the front foot. Very simple swings and just a little bit more acceleration of the racket head. Perfect timing. Great serve, great serve. Deep, heavy,
30 all.
flighted.
Es un gran coach.
I mean, it wasn't a bad return, but it gave Musetti the chance to get on the front foot.
He knows the importance of this game. Cement the break. A couple of intelligent first serves. That part of his game has improved set by set. Look at that.
Yeah, that's feet. That's just a heavy point.
30,
Got
40.
to stay in the moment.
Looked a little blinded as well.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
I do find it unusual that, look, that's quite an excessive takeaway, isn't it? But at this time of the day, the sun has actually moved across the court. For a lefty, it would be more of a problem in the afternoon.
So from where he's serving and looking up, you're saying it's more at 11 o'clock.
Between the hours of, say, 10:30 and 11:30, it's really bad.
Yeah.
Down at the southern end for a right-hander. But this time of day, from now to sort of 1:30 is about 2:30, is a problem for the left-hander. So I don't know why the righty, Musetti, is having such a problem. That's it. That is it.
There's an urgency here to Musetti that I'm liking.
Yeah.
He's demanding more from himself. Keep Machac down.
Well, he's just hitting more balls on the rise, isn't he? And there's a reason for that. He's giving himself the opportunity by getting more first serves in for a start. He's serving with a bit more flight and consistency. That last one was 208. That was a bomb. But he's changed it up a lot more than he was early days.
Game, Musetti. Musetti leads 3-1.
Big turnaround, isn't it?
Yeah, he's won 7 of the last 8 games as the Italian.
Didn't really see it coming either. There was, but Machac was in the lead.
It's unbelievable,
And
right?
he
You would
started-
sabotage your own game like that.
Early break, top 100 average, converting at 77%. Musetti's at 90%. So
Yes.
he's a pretty good front runner.
And what that means, if you break serve in one of the opening 4 games, how often you go on to win the set. That's what that means.
15 love.
So we'll just get back to Machac, who was in a winning position, up a set, up a break. He did lose a break, then he broke back, he was up a break again, and he was rabbiting onto his corner, and it just seemed like he just lost his way when he was in a pretty commanding position.
A complete self-sabotage.
This might help to settle him down, stop the run of games. Quick service game. So therein lies the difference. When Musetti can get on the front foot
40-15.
and hit the ball on the rise, I mean, he's such a sweet timer of the ball. More often than not, the point turns to his advantage. Good to see him coming forward.
Well, it does indeed reduce the arrears. But Machac is the one who's playing catch-up in this set now. It's 2-3.
Time.
Well, that was an anguished fan that we saw in the opening, what, hour and a half, but she's looking a lot happier now. I'm sure all the Italian fans are feeling a lot more upbeat.
El primer tiro y segundo tiro. No esperes al final del rally. El inicio.
He's done such a good job of just reducing the rally. He's not defending as much now. He's being a lot more proactive, so that's why.
I think part of that too, Robbie, is Machac has gotten a little impatient at times. So our Czech friend has actually made, I'm just having a look at the unforced error count. He's made 49 unforced errors, which is a little too high. And a lot of those have been probably in the last hour. He was very sharp at the start of the match, Machac. I guess just trying to break down the defences of Musetti. He's a very good scrambler. He's just overplayed a little bit as this match has gone on. So hence the rally's getting a bit shorter.
Love 30.
So the visual I'm getting when I'm up high in the stands here, looking straight down the court behind Musetti, plenty of space for the heavy kicker wide, the slider tee. Goes the bomb wide, and only 189, so it was within himself.
30 all.
Gets the accuracy and the short ball that he wanted.
Beautiful combination of topspin and side spin to give you that double control.
Got great control of the slice, hasn't it?
40,
That ability just to
30.
hit the slower slice, but with real depth.
He was really pushing the envelope there. Back half of the line. One of those backhand slices from Musetti. Got out of jail there has Lorenzo, and that'll just frustrate Tomas even more. It's a double whammy, isn't it? He's feeling so good about that last game. Machac, not so much.
Well, it sort of shows you, doesn't it, Musetti? We know he's played defensively, so he's had to do a lot more scrambling and sprinting. Machac has been up inside the baseline a lot of the time, just taking the ball on the rise and taking time away. So it's Musetti who's working harder physically. Well, Robbie, the sun must have gotten bigger since my playing days, because it's 20 past 1 here in Melbourne, and both players are struggling from the southern end with the breeze. But as a right-hander, you throw the ball slightly to your right. Your eyes are focused to the east. So how can the sun be a factor?
The Bear Grylls of Manly.
30 love.
Outdoor maven that you are. You sure you've got it right, east and west here?
Pretty sure.
Okay.
Pretty sure. I'd like to know where I am in the world at any given point in time, Robbie. We're in the southern hemisphere, Robbie. Sun's to the north.
30,
rises in the east, sets in the west.
You've lost me a long time ago, Wally.
Tracks across the court from Machac's end. It's
we don't need a weather station underneath the Rod Laver Arena. We just need you.
Well, Robbie, we had Crowded House playing at the opening night of the Australian Open, and they do have a song. Everywhere you go, you can always take the weather with you. That's when he looks at his best, doesn't he? When he can step up inside the court on that backhand.
40,
it's trademark Machac right there. Pretty simple service motion, the platform serve, big leg drive. You see he just lands inside the baseline. I like that. It means your energy's going up and over, not falling into the court, losing the shape of your body under the ball. But there's the impatience. Very, very good take from the ball kid there. And in Australia, we do enjoy that, being a cricketing nation.
Very good take.
Shame we didn't get to see that in replay. It was got under it beautifully. Still chatting, still yapping, Machac.
Wasting too much energy.
He's up 40-30. No need to yap. I mean, that point prior that he lost, he was backpedaling. It was a great return from Musetti, and he tried to crack a winner as he was backpedaling from the centre of the court with an off forehand, and then started yapping to his camp. I mean, he was the one at fault.
Let's. Advantage, Musetti.
Well, this will be the proverbial nail in the coffin if he gets the double break. Well, he's taken charge of this match now. Musetti looking awfully good here at 5-2 with the double break in the third.
We talk a lot about Musetti and the way he uses his serve, and you talked about the change in stance, the way he starts his serve. But for me, it's what happens with his arm at the back of the serve. It's a very low elbow. He changes the plane of the racket face a few times before he makes contact. It's not completely rhythmic or perfect from a technical point of view. But it is improving throughout the course of this match. And Robbie, you could almost look at Machac's waning fortunes. It all started when he started the chat with Daniel Vacek, the negative chat with his coaching corner. Prior to that, there was no signs of tension or that he was feeling agitated. He was just getting on with the job. The scoreboard didn't favour him at all times, but he was fighting well under pressure. And then all of a sudden, his focus just turned towards Daniel Vacek, his coach, as opposed to Musetti, his opponent. And since then, he's only won a couple of games. And his shot tolerance has just fallen away. He's so quick to pull the trigger, he's not really earning the right. So that's brilliant, but it's not sustainable.
15-all.
Just have a look where he was in the court there. He was basically in the shadow. So he's thumped that flat and hard down the line at 168 kilometres an hour. But Musetti will know that that is not repeatable. Yeah, 56 unforced errors for Machac. He's just not there. That ever since that first set, he's wandered. It's hard to understand, isn't it? Given he won the title in Adelaide, he's won his first two matches here against quality opponents.
Yeah.
Is he just worn out?
Maybe.
He's not offering much resistance in the tail end of this third. Well, that serve probably got what it deserved at 121.
Yeah, we call that a nude serve.
Nothing on it.
Correct.
Yeah, Musetti, he's a big, tall player. It's probably something, well, I'm not sure he's going to be Carlos Alcaraz-like and change his serve dramatically, but there's a bit going on the takeaway that he could definitely tidy up. You start to look at two players that are battling it out in the heat, and the first set was 78 minutes. It was brutal. And then you start to look for fatigue, and fatigue can come in two forms. There's a mental fatigue where you sort of wig out of points, and I saw that there with that little forehand attempted drop shot from Machac. And then there's a little bit of physical fatigue where all of those little stutter steps and the adjusting steps go missing, and it's one big step to the ball. And I'm starting to see a little bit of both from Machac. More often than not, he's been pulling trigger when he doesn't really have the right. He's not in the right position. And that was not the case in the first set.
Of a backhand to seal the third set for Musetti. And the fans are delighted, and rightly so, because their man has got a 2-1 lead now.
Set 3 in summary, and the big problem for me is the 14 unforced errors from Machac. Anytime your error count is higher than your winner count, you're treading dangerously, and you can see how clean that is on the other side. 9 winners as opposed to 5 unforced errors. 2 break points he converted on both occasions. That was something that Musetti had a lot of trouble with in the first set. 88% of first serves won. His first serve percentage is increasing nicely. All in all, a reasonably comfortable set from Musetti. Machac he's just not the player he was at the start of the match. It'll be interesting to see whether he can improve. That's a feature there. You're seeing Musetti dictating. There was a smash, the backhand line. There he's created enough space to play the drop shot. So he's controlling more points than he was. Final point where he'd come in on a bit of a prayer. Had Machac, easy backhand pass from Musetti. So pretty impressive from the Italian. I mean, he was in trouble after that first set, I thought, but he's done nothing wrong since. I like the way he's adjusted his serve, adjusted his court position, adjusted his tactics. He's done well.
Well, it's been a wonderful mental effort from the Italian. Machac needs to improve his state of mind pronto. And I'm highlighting that because I just received some news that the reason Simone Tartarini is not here is due to the death of his mother. And he had to fly back to Italy to be with the family. And Wally, if that wasn't enough, his physio, Damiano, also was taken to hospital here because when he arrived in Australia, he was unwell. So he said it's been an emotional couple of days for him. Musetti gets along really well with the new coach he's brought on board, Jose Perlas. And he said, in fact, it's helped him take on the responsibility of being there for his 2 very important team members and not worry too much about the tennis. It hasn't stressed him out. He's had something bigger to play for.
Gives perspective, doesn't it, Robbie, when these things happen? And he's a young man, Musetti, and you talk about taking on the responsibility. But look, ultimately, what they would want from him is to just step out on the court and take responsibility and fight and do his absolute best. And he's certainly done that today. He's playing really fast, Machac. You get the feeling there'll be quite a few winners and quite a few errors. Coming thick and fast off the Czech player's racket. It's been a strange match from him, emotionally more than anything. Gee, we don't see it often, but when he does step in and get that forehand on the rise, it's pretty awesome. He's so intent, or content, I should say, to hit a dropping ball from deep in the court, but it's almost when he looks at his best, when he's looking to take it on. See where he's in the court there? He's in the shadow. To hit a slice from there, not possible.
Okay, we're up and running in the fourth.
That was quite the half volley. Killed the pace beautifully from Hutch, but once again, it's not necessarily a way forward for him. It's a little impetuous. He got away with it on that occasion. Musetti had played the nice roll to his feet. So I'm still of the opinion that Machac is not in quite the right emotional state to play this match, but he's going to be very dangerous because he's got firepower and he's looking to go for it. So if he stripes a few of them consecutively, Musetti will have to be on guard. This is actually quite a difficult situation for Musetti because Machac is just really pushing the limits, but he's got the ability to clock a few great winners in a row and put Musetti back under pressure. He's also got the ability to make a brace of errors, if that's the right collective noun for errors, Robbie. A slew.
Both sound good to me.
A throng. So that's the kind of mood he's in. First ball that he can take on, he will. Machac.
Well, that is caned. There's no holding back here. Totally committed to that backhand. Gripped it and ripped it.
But you just think, Robbie, if he can just temper some of his shot making, I mean, he ripped that as well. At 15-30, maybe just be a bit more intent on making the ball and building a bit of pressure. So it's hard to think he can just smack Musetti off the court for 2 sets. But it's awkward for Musetti. He feels like if he plays anything that's half safe, he's going to be on the defensive. So he just overcooks that forehand. I think it's important for Musetti. He's got to try to get on the front foot immediately. High, heavy kicker to the backhand, 3/4 first serve. Look for a forehand. Or serve an ace at 198, either or.
But I think to your point, when you've made a couple of 3/4 first serves in a row and you found some sort of rhythm, it's easier to make that flat serve.
Yeah.
You agree?
Absolutely. Yeah, when you're struggling to find a first serve, you're trying to make things happen. Your serve rhythm gets worse.
Let first serve. Service let, me. I called. We have no machine. No, there's no VAR on this.
So the machine of yesteryear, the players felt it was too finely calibrated. Now they're going with the umpire to make the call. Robbie, you're shaking your head forcefully. You like the machine?
Yeah, there's a little more to it than that, Wally.
All the backhands that he's missed down the line.
Oh, it's the same kid. There he is.
No, he's got a good, safe, clean pair of hands, Robbie.
And he doesn't need a mitt either.
No. No, he'd be pretty good in the outfield.
I reckon. Oh, he likes that catch.
I won't go into detail, but Robbie's just informed me the reason for the fact that at the slams they don't have a machine to detect net cords. And I will say that there is nothing that happens in world tennis that Robbie Koenig is not on top of. So to anybody listening out there, when Robbie speaks, you listen. He's on
One
it.
game all.
Got to try and stay on top of things, Walt. I learned from the best.
Cliff Drysdale.
And Wally Masur.
So Machac has made his intentions clear in this fourth set. He's going to take it on and play big. How he manages those errors.
Here's a really hard one.
Oh.
Oh, he's taking it into the sun as well. 3 for 3.
This kid is good. And he's hunting catches, isn't he? He wants the ball. He's not going to let it bounce.
Yeah.
He's having a ball.
See what you did there.
Thomas just having another grizzle. I mean, it was his error.
$15 all.
Something we haven't spoken about, Robbie, is Musetti's court movement, because he plays deep in the court, but he never seems particularly rushed. He'd had enough of this game.
30-15.
Bit of frustration there on the forehand, but he glides around the court. He's a big man, but covers the court well without much fuss. Well, there's 2 frame backhands in the one game from Musetti. You won't see that too often.
40-30.
I'll tell you what, he has used the full dimensions of the court there, both the width and the length, to take a 2-1 lead in the fourth, but it's the Italian with 2 sets to 1 lead. Okay, so let me tell you how on top of things our production team are. All over the ball catchers. This is that youngster. That was well held.
That's very good, isn't it? Good technique.
Yep.
Hands just in front of your eyes, ball coming down directly into 2 cupped hands.
Yep. Fingers facing up.
Yeah, no, this
That's what they tell you.
This kid's got a bright future.
Time.
And shout out to Mitch on and Brenda on camera 5 with the great ball follow. I tell you what, it is so hard to do that. Big props to them.
You've tried, Robbie.
I have. It's so hard.
I've not seen you operate a camera.
Oh. And you've got to pull the focus as well. You can't just follow it. You've got to pull the focus at the same time.
So it's like sort of patting your belly and rubbing your head.
Beautiful. It's exactly what it is. This guy. Oh, man.
And you made the comment, Robbie, before that once you start getting a rhythm on your serve, and Musetti did that by playing a lot of 3/4 first serves throughout that third set and just hitting his spots, it becomes easier to pull trigger. Big first serve in this point. Found the mark. He's in a mood, Machac, isn't he?
That is about the second or third time that he has hit a smash and sarcastically clapped towards his corner.
And that is not an easy smash because he's actually tracking to his right. He certainly does the right thing by going cross court, but almost easy when you smash to back away to the backhand. He's in a strange mood, isn't he?
30-15.
He's playing fast and furious, and he's being, as you say, he's almost being sarcastic when he does something good. His responses have been a little unusual here today, particularly towards his coaching corner.
All.
See, that's hard to understand, isn't it?
40-30.
Especially given the magnitude of the point, right?
Yeah, it's 30 all. I mean, just go heavy into the backhand corner, but he just tries for the outright winner when he's in the middle of the court. He's got no real angle to work with. Musetti's not out of position. Strange. I mean, he can hit a winner from there, but you just think he'd recognise, as you said, the score and the moment.
Game Musetti. New balls, please.
Just 2 loose points, giving Musetti some breathing room.
I think it's a tricky situation for Musetti, though, because Machac is very capable of stringing a few of these together. I mean, they're outlandish shots that he's playing. We're going to get a weather update here. So 34 degrees, it's 94 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind, just a light breeze from the north-northeast, so it's coming in, Robbie, hot air from Central Australia.
And I can tell you the heat index is in play. It's at 4.3 now, which means that for matches that are currently in play, if it gets to set all in a women's match, they will take a 10-minute break. After the 3rd set, if play, of course, is ongoing in a men's match, they will also take a 10-minute break, but these guys have missed that window. So that's why play was continuous. It's only just clicked over the 4 mark, Wally.
At 5, you're done.
Yep, we stop play.
What about for commentators? Do we have a heat rule?
Oh.
Well, I mentioned Musetti's speed. He never seems to be in a hurry, but he covers a lot of court.
30 love.
Well, straight after he hits the one, he points towards his corner again, as if to say, I told you so. The only hit rule we'll need is if you continue with your commentary being on fire.
Now that shot there, so that's what he's capable of. I mean, it's a pretty outrageous winner. Ball coming across his body, just redirects it. So this is the mood he's in. He's going to try to hit winners. Sydney or the bush, as they say.
It's 3-2, and I've got to put up with Wally Masseur being on fire.
Time.
You can see there is no clouds. The roof is slightly open. And for the majority of the fans, they're trying to avoid sitting in the sunny area. It's congregating where all the shade is. It's the same on both sides.
A few hardy souls taking on the sun.
Bit of additional vitamin D. The soft skills that Musetti possesses are just gorgeous.
15 love.
Yes, the backhand down the line is the icing on the cake, but just to stay in the point with the chip forehand to keep him alive. Subtle brilliance that can often go unnoticed.
Well, Robbie, I've called a few of Machac's matches in the past, and to me he's always been very workmanlike, and he's industrious and he fights, and I'm sure you've seen a lot more of him than I have. Is this a rare mood for him, this sort of impetuous style of play that he's adopted the last couple of sets, where it's just see ball, hit ball hard?
He does have it in him. This is not a first.
And see that dismissive gesture to Daniel Vacek, like
30-15.
So plays the drop shot. That's a great approach, and that's a pretty awesome half volley. But he completely, we may not get to see, that's the half volley, that's brilliant. But then he just sort of throws his hands towards Vacek as if to say,
yeah, whatever you told me,
yeah,
it doesn't work. Let me do my own thing.
Robbie, if I was coaching a player on tour, I would see my role to prepare them for whatever's coming. 7 matches over 14 days, different styles of player, big serving right-handed players, skillful lefties. You know, when you get into this thing about sort of pre-prescribing a match plan, you're almost setting yourself up to fail, because if it doesn't go, players are looking for outs, and if it doesn't go quite to plan, of course, they've got an out all of a sudden.
I like that. I like that philosophy.
So I would be very light on information.
What a rally. Athleticism,
30.
artistry. Laying it all out there, Wally.
Robbie, that was punishing for both players, and I think the umpire might just show a little bit of lenience here on the serve clock.
Commitment to the course. Yet it still wasn't enough.
Did a great job there, didn't he? Just holding the racket in place as he was falling, but no answer to the running forehand. What a rally.
Well, that previous point was almost worth 2.
3 games all.
Just getting back to coaching, I, over the years, spent time with Tony Roach. He never coached me, but I used to hit with Ivan Lendl, who he coached, Chris Lewis, who he coached. Of course, he coached Roger Federer, and I really liked Roach's style. It was like preparing the player for any eventuality, and then it's like, we've prepared, go play.
Yep.
Not too much information.
It's so interesting you say that, because we're in a day and age now where we're obsessed with information and statistics and, you know, wanting specific game plans every time you play somebody. But of course, there's so many variables in our sport, and in the moment, on the day, so much as you suggest,
the ball, that one ball, the ball flight, the pace, the spin. How are you going to deal with it? How are you going to deal with that? Saw it early.
Love 15.
No, I think the pendulum has swung a little too far on the prescription and the analysis and the data and the statistics. And players can be pretty stubborn too. That must have just caught the line.
15 all.
He does have a great defensive lob. It's not a shot that you see too often these days. More often than not, when players are in trouble, they just smoke it.
6 overhead winners for Thomas. He's had to hit a fair few of them.
So the argument is, I mean, it's just long, that is millimeters, but the argument is maybe just be a little safer, hit aggressively to safer parts of the court and wait to earn the right to pull the trigger. Now, Daniel Vacek, I played doubles with him. He's a big unit. He's a very calm customer. He's a gentle giant. I wonder what he thinks of some of the chat that's being directed towards him. To me, it's a real sign of immaturity when a player starts yapping to his coaching corner. I mean, imagine if you're a boxer and you're in the ring. What are you going to do? Get hit and start whinging to your corner? You get hit 3 more times.
30, 40.
You just got to get on with it.
Yeah, everybody's got a plan.
Until you get hit in the face. Great quote from Mike Tyson.
Isn't it just? Breakpoint opportunity here for Musetti.
Please.
Seen a few of those. Just
Deuce.
pulling off the ball, that right leg, he plants it down the track and then just lifts out of the shot, takes the ball with him. Pressure points 1, levelling up now, 47 Machac, 41 Musetti. That certainly was a pressure point. He doesn't panic, Musetti. He's been faced with that prospect on numerous occasions. Machac steaming in. Machac probably would have liked a bit more width on the approach, but he doesn't overplay. He just makes his opponent play the volley. Break point yet again for Musetti.
It was tough to see, but I think it was behind the back.
Deuce.
He's had a lot of opportunities to break. Most of those were in the opening set. 11, if memory serves. And it was only 1 of 11. got it covered as well, Wally. Only shot he didn't have covered was a dead let call.
But gee, he unloaded, didn't he, in that rally, Machac? I mean, he's just smashing the ball, and then it's finally the delicate touch with an element of luck that breaks down the defences of Musetti, and he was on his way. Might have been too good even if it didn't clip the tape. Well, Stan Wawrinka's in action later today and probably had one of the most pure single-handed backhands I've ever seen. But this man is not far behind. When he has a little bit of time and he can take it on the rise, it's a sweet-looking shot.
Advantage match.
Tell you what, the points have gotten shorter. Both men, well, Machac in particular, that's the reason. I think he's taking a lot of chances. But the physicality of the match has not dropped off.
Well, somehow he has been able to maintain his composure enough to have a 4-3 lead in the fourth.
Ball girl. Time.
I tell you, it was a great documentary. I don't know if you watched the George Michael one. It was right up there. DJ's got his A game out. Italians are happy. We're on serve in the fourth. Musetti's got a 2-1 lead.
15 left.
I can tell you the winner of this one will take on Wawrinka or Fritz. They'll be duking it out a little later. They are not before 5 p.m. on this court.
$30 left.
Oh, that helps at this stage of the match. A couple of free points. Great accuracy there. And I just wonder, Robbie, has Stan got anything left in the tank after his epic 5-set win a couple of days ago against Artur Gaya?
Nice pronunciation.
Musetti.
Well, at this stage of the
4
match,
games all.
that is a very good game. You don't expend any energy on the service game, and you've got plenty left. That's 1 minute 21. That's a rapid-fire game. We've seen some of the service games 9 and 11 minutes. So now, if you can jag the first point, it's good momentum. It's a good feeling. And you've got plenty left to give in terms of energy to try and make a break. Let's see how this first point plays out for Musetti.
Let's. Second serve.
Well, that's the point. If you want to build pressure, you've got to try to get that first point. A lot more complicated from 15 love. As a returner, you're desperate to get that first point, so he'll be disappointed. Just lifting that forehand long. Gee, that's a slice hit with a bit of venom.
15 all.
The slice is no different than the top spin. It's varying amounts of slice. Sometimes you'll see him play the floating slice with less revolutions just to get depth, but that one was a little knife. That was like a knife through butter, Robbie. Ambitious, half volley.
15,
Changing the line
30.
of flight. So he didn't get the first point, Musetti, but he is building pressure here. 15-30. Let's not forget he had a break point in the previous game. Done that well throughout the course of this match. Has
30 all.
Tomas Machac found some of his best serves when he's needed them most.
I can tell you the weather is, temperature's getting close to 36 degrees out here.
The only thing in the player's favour is there's not much humidity.
Uh-oh.
30, 40.
So there's that first ball strike. There just doesn't seem to be any recognition of the score in Machac's game at the moment. Great serve again.
Surprised he's gone.
Deuce.
The topspin return there, normally so good at the end of range, just chipping that ball back into play. That is magnificent. A work of art.
Musetti.
And Robbie, you're focusing on the brilliant flashing backhand to win the point, but how is the scramble?
I mean, it's one of his greatest assets, Wally. We'll start with a chip returner serve of a good first.
Deuce.
Robbie, I'm going to throw a word at you,
Okay.
which I feel sums up Machac's play throughout the course of the back end of the third and the fourth, and it's insouciant.
It's a great word. Sounds good. But I have no idea what it means, so hit me with a definition.
Showing a casual lack of concern.
Advantage match.
insouciant.
Insouciant. So he has played a very up-tempo match. He's made a lot of errors. 68, in fact. He has not played to the score. Fortunately, he has served well in the big moments. Otherwise, he'd be in the locker room.
Well, he was on the brink there of being in a world of trouble. And he's managed to escape unscathed, and it's 5-4.
Musetti just kind of gesturing towards his camp. I mean, he felt on a couple of those break points that Machac just threw it up and slapped it and got the result. So he's frustrated. He's a point away from winning the match on 2 occasions there, I feel. Snatched away from him with big first serves, but he's got to find a way. I'm telling you, he's in a dangerous mood, Machac. Dangerous mood either way. Could end very quickly, or he could sting Musetti with a couple of big shots. And then we're in 5.
Yep.
And then you're starting to do damage for your chances down the track.
Time.
Just with workload.
It's an iconic song from one of my all-time favorite female artists.
And that's a view of Government House, Robbie, through the botanical gardens. City skyline in the background. Melbourne, of course, was, or Victoria was the scene of a big gold rush in the late 1800s. That's where the wealth of Victoria started.
Perth is the one where the natural resources are, right?
Well, Perth is still going in terms of gold and iron ore and natural resources, but the Ballarat, Bendigo area of Victoria was a big gold rush in the late 1800s.
I hope you've hung on to your gold and silver coins, because you'll be pretty happy now with commodity prices where they are, Wally.
No, I have a portfolio that you would not want to follow.
Okay.
Whatever I do, Robbie,
Do the opposite.
do the opposite. Got a nice calm way about him, hasn't he?
He's been around for a long time, has Jose.
Yeah, he's seen it all.
Yep.
There's no sort of histrionics from him, or speaks very calmly to his player. And hasn't his serve picked up from that first set?
40-15.
Not casting a shadow, Robbie. We're not on the equator, so there'll always be a slight shadow. But coming down, beating on both players. Machac has found the shade to return in. Some solace. And that's a little wild. Now, for me, Musetti's in complete control of this match. But Machac has the firepower. And he's in a mood where he's going to go for it, that anything could happen. And he is serving well on the big points. See if Musetti, who's had another very quick service game, can build pressure. You kind of get the feeling that it's a break is looming if he can get himself into the game. So that's what he's going to do. He's just going to see the ball and hit it as hard as he can to the corners, in or out by millimeters. Just rolling the dice, Machac. Very awkward to play against this style of tennis, and he has the firepower to do it. That's the troubling thing for Musetti.
It's so unnerving, isn't it? I just feel that things aren't in your control.
Well, you play the ball back like Musetti did there, thinking, okay, well, I'm going to start the rally, and then he's in this mood, bang, bang, 30 love. So then you try to play a little bigger, and you start making some errors.
But the bang, bang could also be 2 unforced errors, right?
Totally. I mean, the first one, I think, was on the line. The second one was a little safer. Now, this is, it's very hard to play against this mentality. So there it is. Yeah. In or out by millimeters. Have a look at this. Probably 2 or 3 centimeters. But he's basically hitting his ground shots like passing shots. Hard, flat, direct, close to the line. Probably the greatest possibility for Musetti is depth. Even if he doesn't hit the ball particularly hard, I mean, that's great depth there on the approach, but the return was deep, and it's very hard for Machac to play that up style, that up-tempo style, if he is faced with depth. Done it again. Big point, big serve.
And literally on the line.
30.
Got some serious work on it, adorned with all manner of spin.
He's tried that a few times, hasn't he? The second serve, it's worked for him, but I think he saw it this time and probably had a play on it. Maybe just took the racket away and it dipped very sharply. It's a fine return back to deuce. So Musetti just needs to watch the slider wide. He's taking chances. Machac. Now Robbie, the law of averages, the odds. Third game he's had a break point. Third consecutive service game he's had a break point. Machac has hit very accurate first serves on every occasion.
Thank you.
Can he do it again?
Please. Let's for serve.
It's big-time tennis on the big-time points, Wally.
Deuce.
It's stunning in anyone's books. Musetti's done nothing wrong there.
You get the feeling if Musetti got a look at one second serve on any of these points, it'd be his.
Well, he continues to defy the odds, as he did in the opening set. 6-5.
Just an example here of the firepower of Tomas Machac. Look at this. I can tell you he's hit 50 winners. 50 winners in this match so far, but he's made 71 errors in trying to do so. And it's very difficult to play against a guy in this sort of a mood, because you're half expecting him to make mistakes, and then he doesn't oblige. Some thumping winners, 3 of them in this game, that he's just served out. Musetti would be getting a little frustrated. 3 break points, which you would have to think were virtual match points, given the way he's been racing through his service games. But nothing is certain at the moment with Machac.
Trying to take this 4th set to a tie break.
Love 15. All.
So herein lies the trouble.
15-30.
Another stinging approach, and Machac has 15-30. And the last few service games have been relatively simple for Musetti, but now he's serving to stay in the set. It gets a little more complicated. And there's a subtle difference. When you try to extract maximum power, when you're just on the run, you're not actually set, you can't really engage ground force. It gets a bit harder, and that's where he makes the errors, Machac. But when he's set and he can stand and deliver, look out. Great return. That was a good return. The serve not good enough at this level. High and heavy.
40.
Oh, how often have we seen this? A player has all the chances, doesn't take them.
This is just a 2nd break point in this set for Tomas. Remember, set he's had 5, hasn't converted. For now, the check does not convert.
Yes.
Gives Machac a dose of his own medicine. Big flat serve down the tee, 200 kilometres an hour.
advantage, Machac.
Second set point. It's a smash and grab set from Tomas Machac.
7 games to 5. 2 sets
He had
all.
no business winning it whatsoever. But the upshot of that backhand is that we're going 5.
Robbie, you could feel that coming, couldn't you, when he couldn't grab, when Musetti couldn't get his teeth into those break points. You just knew this mood that Machac was in, something was going to give, and he has come up with a couple of cracking winners to break the Musetti serve. We're going 5, and that is going to be punishing for both players.
Radio check.
Look at the winners, 21 winners in a set of tennis from Tomas Machac. He's pushing the envelope, and in that particular set, he only made 15 unforced errors to do it. Musetti, if he doesn't win this match, he's going to go back and have a look at these break points
But it's
that he has
not like
not
he could
converted.
do a whole lot on those, right?
No.
To be fair to him, this guy came up with some ridiculously good serves.
True. That's true. But Fred Stolle, the esteemed player and commentator that we used to work with, Robbie,
yes,
he always said to me the most important stat in men's tennis is break points converted, and Musetti has struggled in that department.
6
of 23. And Machac, he's got firepower from any part of the court, and he's just dangerous at any situation. This was an unbelievable point. That was the final running forehand winner. But he's willing to take it on Machac, and more often than not, that shot there, I just wondered whether Musetti, that was the actual set point, whether he had a chance to turn that backhand into a forehand. In the end, he was sort of indecisive. Not sure those two can quite believe it. Daniel Varcek on the right there, that is the coach of Tomas Machac. So both players are taking an equipment break. And Robbie, I do believe the
24-23.
The heat index is sneaking up to 4.7.
Yep.
He had 5.
The roof is shut.
Correct.
And once it's shut, it stays shut for the duration of the match. Much like a rain delay. Well, this is interesting now. Where do the players go from here? Does Musetti become frustrated? Can Machac maintain this furious pace? I don't know what my win predictor is right now, Robbie. It's the needle is, it's vacillating.
Good word.
Okay, thank you.
This sun is like a tide in the stadium as it sweeps across the western sky, the eastern stand. Every few minutes there's another row of spectators that are in the sun, and they're getting pushed back further and further. Tough day for players and fans alike.
I can tell you there are still a couple of matches. But,
Yannick Sinner not having it all his own way.
and I'll tell you, these conditions will be tough for him.
He doesn't like the heat, does
Does
he?
not like the heat. I remember in Shanghai against, I want to say it was Talon Griekspoor. The Dutchman pretty much retired him in that match. There's no sign of any injuries.
They sent one to the stringer.
And he was done.
Sent a racket to the stringer.
And
Is that the colouring, the red hair,
maybe,
pale skin?
maybe.
It's got something to do with it?
Very well have something to do with it. But Elliot Spizzeri, of course, University of Texas standout, he will be well used to these kind of conditions, and in fact he'll be embracing them, because we know how hot
Final
Texas
set.
sun and summers can
Match to serve.
be. Back to this Italian.
Let for serve.
So I'm curious to see whether Machac goes back to playing the tennis that he was playing in the first set, which was far more judicious in his shot making, or whether it's just this all-out assault. That's in.
Get out of here.
Robbie, it's in.
Love 15.
Oh man, this is scandalous how good it is. He's shown us the one cross court. Just wants to make sure we know he's got the one down the line.
Okay, he's going to pull trigger as he did throughout the course of that fourth set. So what does Musetti have to focus on? Well, he's got to focus on depth, and he has to try hard, which he did an awfully good job of in the third set, of getting onto the front foot and controlling the point himself. He has to get Machac hitting the ball on the run.
Love 40.
It can't be that floating backhand chip where Machac can plant and use the ground to get some power. Now straight away, 3 break points for Musetti. Hard to believe he can't find a break here.
Game. Musetti. New balls,
Well, that'll
please.
put him in a good mood.
First game, final set.
That'll help to dissipate the disappointment of losing that fourth set.
Well, we saw it, didn't we? Depth off the return and then getting on the front foot on the next shot. So that's what he's got to focus on. But, I mean, a break in the first game is fantastic. Just gives you a little momentum going into the fifth set. But I must say, I don't think there's any great guarantees against Machac, because he is capable of striping winners from just about anywhere. Gets a little rash at times, but he's just dangerous. He's not playing the percentages. What a backhand that was. I mean, the final backhand was pretty, Robbie, but what about the one on the run that he just flat batted down the line?
I mean,
Now-
to have that kind of control.
No. Went to the bag. I think the players are just looking for a little bit more tension. Musetti's up to 24, 23 kilos. He's had a few rackets sent out and brought back throughout the course of this match. The tighter the racket, you just get a little bit more control, a little less power, but it's so hot you don't need power. Ball is flying.
Oh, he's given Musetti a taste of his own medicine.
Love 15.
Well, he's not been that keen to scramble, has he, Machac? Even when he's been in trouble, he's pulled the trigger. But they're two beautiful lobs. I think that last one landed on the line. They're tough to deal with. And not a shot players practice much.
Too
The
true.
bounce smash. Doubles players, yes. Not so much singles players.
Love 30.
Gee,
Love 40.
fluctuating fortunes.
And I can tell you, we have just been informed right now that the heat scale has reached 5. So there's a possibility that after this game, play might be suspended and the roof closed.
Fifteen 40. Thirty 40.
Oh, Robbie. Now,
Deuce.
sometimes when it's hot and your brain's a little scrambled, it's hard to think clearly. But what a second serve, 167, and for the first time in the match on a second serve, he sneaks in. That is clarity of thought. Well played, Lorenzo Musetti.
Musetti.
This could be far for the biggest points that Lorenzo wins in this match.
Ooh, the heat coming off the court. That is...
The mirage.
Yeah, you'll be seeing palm trees soon, Robbie.
Let's. First serve.
You'll be seeing an oasis.
Let's hope so.
Well, that was clinical, wasn't
Musetti
it?
leads 2 games to 1.
Big serving. He pulled trigger on a couple of serves in excess of 200.
Confirming we're closing the roof.
Okay, here we go.
Hey guys, Tomas, Lorenzo.
Dai, questo,
Bravo.
15 left.
So, Robbie, does this change the match in any way? I think it helps Machac.
Yeah, and
I think the less variables, the more dangerous he becomes.
15 all.
I'm thinking twofold here, Wally. First
You
and
always
foremost,
see both sides of the coin.
yeah, first and foremost, the momentum breaker
Mm.
of the last game, and secondly, when he beat him in the only previous meeting, that was indoor in Marseille.
Mm. Of course, it comes down to execution. We know he's going to roll the dice, Tomas Machac, so
30-15.
it could happen very quickly in a negative way if he overcooks. But I just think it'll slow down a little bit with the roof closed. Less variables, no sun, no breeze. And he's such a clean striker of the ball. If he gets in a bit of a mood, it might actually help him.
(40-15).
Of course, with the roof closed too, it helps everybody with the service rhythm.
Deuce. Let. Second serve.
Ooh, great depth. Maybe not completely clean.
Replay of the call on the right baseline.
Well, is there any point? Is there any point asking? There is no point. Maybe just a little delay, but not completely clean from Musetti, but that depth was hard to counter. Gee.
Deuce.
He cannot quite find it on these break points. Seven from 25. It's unbelievable for a player of his quality.
Yeah.
Advantage match. Game match. Musetti leads 2 games to 1.
Well, like 2-7 to the fourth set where he was down a break early, but he managed to turn things around eventually. He's going to have to do the same here.
Players just consuming copious amounts of fluid at end change. Probably an electrolyte drink. There'd be water in one of those canisters. We've seen Thomas go to the pickle juice. A lot of your hydration, it's important what you do the night before as opposed to during the match. Fans swarming into Cain Arena.
Time.
been outside, they haven't been game to sit in the sun. Thankfully now, shade for all.
Wait, please. Thanks, ball boy. Just come back. They'll give it to you on the next changeover. Just come back. Thanks.
Just to give you an idea of how hot things have got outside, we've just got an update that there will be no play on the outside courts till 5:30. So matches out there suspended. 35.7 degrees it is out there now. The heat stress scale has gone to 5. That's why. Of course, environmental parameters that they take into consideration there, the air temperature, the radiant heat, the humidity, and the wind speed. And with those 4 parameters, they create the extreme heat protocol.
It's pretty to watch, isn't it? Musetti on the run on that backhand wing.
Just understands the geometry of the court so well, doesn't he?
Yeah. And moves well. He never seems to be in a great rush, but covers the court beautifully. And Robbie, far be it from me to talk about, you know, the good old days in yesteryear, but I can remember playing a match here, 44 degrees on the rebound ace, which was 8 mil of black rubber with a layer of acrylic paint on the surface, and it just soaked up the heat and threw it back at you.
And that was the surface of choice for a number of years, wasn't it?
Terrible surface. Don't know whose idea it was to put that down.
Well, they thought it would be good for the knees because it was softer, but of course the problem became the ankles, didn't it?
People stuck in the court. You had to basically wear virtually a shoe with no real ripple sole, very smooth. Yeah, there's a serve volley there, out of the blue too. He was 40-15 up, so why not when you've got the comfort on the scoreboard? So Musetti, my advice to him would be work hard for a second break, because this guy's dangerous. You can see there the clock now, 4 hours and 12 minutes. They've done well physically, these two. Well, you can see the court has trapped the heat of the sun. There's plenty of heat left in that court. Little heat haze there. Not a bad shot for a player with a strong Western grip. The little inside-out backhand slice stays low. That's not the height that the Western grip enjoys. They want the ball more waist to chest. Closed racket face.
That's what you were calling for Musetti to do more of
15 all.
in the opening set and a half when he was getting bullied. Remember, if you're joining us for the first time today, Musetti was down a set and 3-1. He was also down 4-2. He was being bullied. He was 10 feet behind the baseline. Refusing to take anything on the rise like that previous backhand that we saw.
30-15.
Musetti, he likes to pass cross. I mean, we've seen a couple of nice backhand line passes, but he likes to pass cross. And I think when you're deep in the court, you've got to go line. It's too easy for the player just to take half a step cross court, put his racket out. It's too fine a line.
40-15. Game match. Musetti leads 3 games to 2.
Still hanging on to the coattails of Musetti to try and drag him back. It's 3-2. He's got some more electrolyte drink coming to him by the looks of things. It's quickly manufactured by his physio and coach in the corner. There they are. So multiple doubles Grand Slam champion is Daniel Vacek. In '96 when he won the doubles at the French Open with Yevgeny Kafelnikov. Of course, Kafelnikov also won the singles that year. Last male player to win both singles and doubles at a major.
Time.
That could be one of the greatest feats in our sport, especially to do it on the clay, right? It's such a taxing surface. Wasn't a big fan of practicing, was Yevi, so doubles was his practice.
Won here too, didn't he? Yeah, he lost to...
Oh, you won here?
He won here.
Yeah, one Australian, one French Open.
So Musetti with his nose in front at 3-2, but we don't feel with any great assuredness. Machac has been so dangerous at various stages of this match with his shot making. If he gets in a mood, he's very capable of some rapid fire points. There's the depth. So if you're not going to hit with authority, make sure you hit with depth. Musetti certainly did that on that point. Robbie, is it my imagination, or does it seem a little bit slower with the roof closed? Not as lively.
It's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. It makes sense, Will.
15 all.
Just a bit more humidity with the roof closed, a few more people in the stadium until the air filters out the heat and the humidity. The air conditioning. Oh, it's a good defensive lob again. We've seen plenty of those from both players.
30-15.
And the smash was not clean.
Hence the apology from Musetti.
Just caught it on the top of the frame, not clean.
Does like that cross-court volley. And I think Thomas was well aware of that pattern of play. He stayed home.
So, Robbie, I was always taught when you've got a ball above net height, you go after it. You trust yourself and you bang it into the open court. Low volley, maybe fade it behind them or play short. But when it's up high, charge it, go open.
I like that. You're on the same side of the court as the ball as well.
(40-30).
Gee, the nets are taut, aren't they? Clips the tape, it travels a long distance after clipping the tape.
Oh, fair's fair. That was a good strike from Machac. He got unlucky. Of course, second point of this game. It was Musetti's forehand pass that clipped the net. It was going to be a clean winner. Ended up going long. He's done well to maintain the lead here, Musetti. It's one of the struggles you face when you break so early on in a set. There's still a long way to go. Concentrate for such a long period of time, especially on your serve. Different when you break at, say, 4-all in a set or even 3-all. Only 2 more games you've got to worry about on serve.
That's what I like when he steps in. He's very capable of retrieving and hitting heavy balls from deep, but I love it when he steps in and just unloads. On that forehand there, it was just front foot, plenty of racket head speed and plenty of safety. There it is again. Front foot, take the ball on the rise. I think for Musetti as an evolution as a player, it's something, you know, you look at the US Open, you look at Wimbledon, you look at the Australian Open, 3 slams that reward adventurous, aggressive play. We know he's a great clay courter, but that might be the next evolution in his game, just stepping into more balls on the rise. I mean, he's technically sound. Done it again. Smoothed out a forehand on the rise.
Love 40.
Okay, now he's had all sorts of trouble breaking, but you get the feeling these are virtual match points. He's 7 for 25 on break points. One of these.
Thank you.
And you have to believe the match is his.
And that could be the final nail in the proverbial coffin for Tomas Machac. Double break lead now for Lorenzo. And after the break, he will serve for a place in the 4th round. Well, you spoke about it. The depth that he has been able to maintain in this 5th set has been exquisite.
Well, I like that game right there. He stepped into the forehand on the rise. He then did the same with a forehand return and then a backhand line. Like, to me, there's elements of his game he's not exploring. He's got this great ability to play with depth and to retrieve and absorb pace, but yeah, I kind of see him, and I think the next evolution is, taking on more balls on the rise.
And I still think that has got better. I've had the luxury of watching this guy win the juniors here, way back when. And the first time I got my eyes on Musetti was when he won the junior boys show against Emilio Nava. Then he played my son a year later. I gave him a good old-fashioned hiding, and I have watched his game evolve. As defensive as he still is at times, it's still a major progression from where he was. It's one of the reasons why he did so well at Wimbledon 2 years ago when he made the semi-finals there. Looking to make the 4th round here for the first time.
There it is. I mean, he can give that ball a nudge.
Now that forehand is a proper shot. It is smooth. And that's why it might not look as heavy as it is. But it's a pure strike.
Done pretty well, hasn't he, Musetti? Because that 4th set was kind of pinched from him.
Yes.
He had 3 games with consecutive break points, didn't get it done, and then Machac just struck. Broke him for a 7-5 4th set. Now, that would have been pretty disappointing and disheartening in the heat. He's regrouped well, Musetti, after the disappointment of that 4th set. This has been a very workmanlike performance in the 5th. Don't discount Machac, though. He's a dangerous customer. Still work to be done. 30-15.
Let for serve.
Gee, didn't trust his judgment there, let it go, and then wasn't so sure, was starting to track it back.
On the brink now is Lorenzo with 2 match points. Lorenzo Musetti is through to the round of 16 at the Australian Open for the very first time in his career. He's won his last 4 5-setters now. And in doing so, he becomes just the 3rd Italian man in the Open era to reach the round of 16 at all 4 majors. Very impressive. And always a monumental mental effort to win in 5. He takes down Tomas Machac.
Robbie, I know you're a hard man to impress, but I'm impressed. That was difficult. Machac was a most difficult opponent. He played a beautiful first set, Machac. After that, he was a little sporadic in terms of his game style and his thinking, but he was dangerous, incredibly dangerous.